He looks at trench warfare not as a brief clash, but as a system built to grind down bodies and minds. The trenches are not a single ditch. They are a network cut into the earth and kept alive by constant labor. From the North Sea to the borders of the Alps, opposing armies turned fields and villages into layered defensive belts. The ground between them became a narrow zone that neither side could hold for long. Soldiers called it no man's land. Every meter of that space was observed, registered, and covered by fire. The front line trench faced the enemy. Behind it stood support and reserve lines, connected by communication trenches that ran like corridors. There were firing steps for riflemen, parapets that caught incoming fire, and parados walls that protected the rear of the trench from blasts. Dugouts offered overhead cover. Some were shallow and wet. Others were timbered and deep, reached by crude stairs. Saps pushed outward to listening posts. Barbed wire belts sat in front of the parapets, anchored by iron pickets. The layout came from manuals and from hard experience. It changed with the ground, with the drainage, and with the range of enemy guns. This system aimed to reduce exposure while holding a position that could be supplied. It did not remove danger. It redistributed it across time. Instead of a single day of shock, trench service imposed weeks and months of controlled risk. The risk came from shell fragments, machine gun cones of fire, snipers, gas clouds, collapsing walls, infection, and fatigue. It came from the weather. It came from mistakes. It came from the mathematics of artillery and the limits of human attention. Life in this network moved by routine. Men stood to at dawn and dusk because those were likely hours for attack. They repaired parapets that slumped after rain and bombardment. They drained sumps. They hauled duckboards and sandbags. They carried ammunition and water up the zigzag routes that reduced the effect of a blast but lengthened every trip. They learned the trench by touch, the turn that puddled first, the step that rotted, the crawlway that saved a few seconds when the shells started to walk forward. They learned the sound of their own guns and the enemy's guns and tried to guess what the pattern meant. The open ground between the lines fixed the character of the war. It punished movement in daylight. It punished poor cover. It punished any attempt to mass men on the surface for long. Artillery registered likely assembly points. Machine guns covered gaps in the wire. Observation balloons and forward observers noted new paths and fresh spoil. When an infantry unit left cover, timing and coordination decided whether men reached the next fold of earth or fell in front of it. Trench warfare turned the landscape itself into a weapon. Soil type dictated stability. Chalk and sand drained. Clay held water and slid. Rain swelled the walls and made the floor a slurry that pulled off boots. Frost set the walls like stone and then thawed into sheets of mud that collapsed onto the trench floor. Every storm changed the geometry of safety. A good firing step in dry weather became a trap after a night of heavy rain. A dugout that felt solid in autumn could fill with foul air and smoke in winter when men crowded inside with stoves. The system also forced a new scale of logistics. Food, water, fuel, and ammunition had to move forward on predictable routes. The front line ate last, and most often ate cold. Telephone lines were laid along the traverses and were cut by shell bursts. Runners learned the bends and distances and carried messages by memory and habit when the lines went dead. Medical posts appeared in alcoves and cellars just behind the lines. Casualties moved by stages: first dressing, advanced dressing, field ambulance, and then rail. The path back depended on the state of the ground and the strength of the shelling more than on any plan written in a headquarters. This was a war of attrition, not as a slogan, but as a daily arithmetic problem. Commanders counted shells fired, boxes of rations delivered, feet of trench revetted, and hours of sleep lost. The individual soldier paid in skin and nerves. Heroism did not look like a single charge. It looked like hauling crates through thigh-deep mud under harassing fire. It looked like standing on a fire step for 2 hours in freezing wind and then going down to dig out a collapsed traverse. It looked like waking to the slow thud of a registration barrage and feeling the earth tremble and still checking the bay, the bolt, the mask, the route to the nearest dugout. The mind adapted by narrowing focus. Survival depended on simple checks repeated until they became reflex. Keep the socks dry if dry socks exist. Keep the rifle free of mud. Keep the mask within reach. Learn the voices in the next bay and know who is on watch. Learn the routine of the enemy's guns from their tone and interval. The system rewarded caution and punished haste. It also punished complacency. The trench felt safe until a sudden mortar round fell into an angle and sprayed fragments through 3 bays. He will not dramatize what follows. The facts are sufficient. The trenches made ordinary human life impossible because they combined many moderate dangers into a single environment without relief. The environment attacked the skin, the lungs, the joints, and the digestion. It invaded sleep. It eroded judgment. It broke rhythms of rest and recovery. The war did not end a person in a single blow most of the time. It turned him into a caretaker of his own survival in a place designed to defeat that effort. The next hours of this account will move through the elements that made service at the front so hard to endure: construction and profile of trenches, mud, water, and sanitation, parasites and disease, artillery and concussion, gas and protective equipment, machine guns, wire, and the strip of land that few crossed twice, noise, sleeplessness, and shock, rations and water discipline, weather and clothing, routine work that replaced any idea of a single decisive moment, medical evacuation without modern antibiotics, discipline, punishment, and the pressure of the group, fragile systems of communication, and the chaos when they failed, the psychology of waiting and the weight of boredom next to fear, censorship, propaganda, and morale, rotations that offered rest but rarely recovery, tactics that treated soldiers as parts in a machine that outmatched them, a sober comparison with modern comfort and why that gap matters, and finally, a conclusion, not one day, but months in which adaptation came at a cost that many carried home for the rest of their lives. This is not a story about a failure of courage. It is a description of a system built to resist and to exhaust. The audience will hear how each factor worked on the body and how the set of factors worked on the will. They will see why a modern person, used to predictable shelter, clean water, and undisturbed sleep, would struggle to last even a single day without risk of injury, illness, or collapse. They will also see why men who did endure did so through discipline, cooperation, and slow, hard adaptation rather than through any single act. The record of trench warfare shows how industrial means and defensive terrain changed the cost of every step forward. The purpose here is to trace that cost in clear detail. A trench began as a cut in the ground and quickly became a shaped, reinforced corridor. Its cross-section balanced height, thickness, and drainage. The front lip rose into a parapet built of sandbags, earth, timber, and sometimes corrugated sheets. Behind the parapet sat a firing step that let a soldier bring eyes and rifle to the level of the ground outside without exposing his chest. The rear wall, the parados, stood high enough to stop fragments and stray bullets from the back. Traverses broke the line into short bays so that a burst inside one bay did not sweep the next. In many sectors, loopholes and narrow embrasures let a rifle or a periscope look out through a small protected slot instead of over the top. This profile existed to defeat angles and absorb energy. The parapet had to stop fragments thrown forward by shells detonating in the fields ahead. The parados had to catch fragments thrown backward when shells landed behind the line or when air bursts rained shrapnel down. The traverse and the zigzag plan prevented a bullet, a blast, or a cloud of gas from running straight along the trench for long distances. Every design choice bought a little more time and a little more survival margin at the cost of comfort and speed. Material held the shape together until rain and concussion undid it. Revetments of woven hurdles, pickets, and boards braced the earth. Sandbags slumped and split when soaked, then settled and needed replacement. Timber warped. Nails worked loose. A week of intermittent shelling pushed soil forward into the bays and opened seams. Men shoveled the spoil back and rebuilt the face because the geometry of the trench was as much a weapon as any gun. Dugouts and niches put more bodies under some cover. In quiet sectors, shallow shelters might only hold 2 men crouched on crates. In sectors facing heavy fire, deeper timbered dugouts were cut into the side or reached by steps, with bunks, candles, and a shelf for mess tins and a medical kit. The air went stale, the floor stayed damp. When a heavy shell landed close, timbers bowed and dirt sifted down. A bad strike could collapse an entrance, trap men, or flood the space with smoke and fumes. Drainage set the daily rhythm. Sumps collected water under the duckboards. Simple drains bled into communication trenches or into shell holes outside, where the water stood until the next rain moved it. Clay held moisture. Chalk bled it away, but collapsed in sheets after thaw. Pumps appeared in some places. In most, the pump was a bucket line, a section that ignored drainage for a day, paved with slick steps, soft walls, and a floor that swallowed boots to the ankle. Movement inside the trench was both safer and slower than on the surface. The zigzag plan meant no straight run from one point to the next. A man carried a crate of ammunition along 3 or 4 turns that felt identical in the dark. Corners forced him to pause and expose a shoulder. Stretcher teams took longer than anyone wanted and scraped the sides. In daylight, even inside the trench, a head rising too high at a step or at a corner drew a crack from a rifle beyond the wire. The ground outside decided what counted as cover. A low ridge offered dead ground close to the parapet where patrols could form. Flat fields under observation punished any mistake. Shell holes made accidental shelters and accidental traps. A hole shielded a man from one direction and exposed him to another. When artillery registered a hole that men used as a stepping stone for patrols, the next pattern of shells walked across it at set intervals, and what had felt like a refuge became a known point of aim. Immediate threats respected no schedule. Shrapnel from air bursts scissored down into open bays and sliced along the top of the parapet. High explosive shell bursts cut notches into the trench wall and threw loose earth like a wave, burying boots and knocking men off the step. Mortar bombs, falling at steep angles, dropped into angles and T-junctions where the confinement amplified the blast. A bomb that landed outside could throw fragments over the parapet. A bomb that landed inside turned sandbags and wood into more fragments. Snipers worked with patience and catalogs of habits. A fixed periscope left in the same slit, a steel helmet that rose at the same place each morning, a gap in the sandbags shaped like a head and shoulders. Each became a target. The answer was discipline in small motions. Periscopes moved. Helmets lifted at different points. Loopholes were masked until needed. Even then, a sniper learned to wait for a blink in the light, or a darker patch inside a firing slit, and fired on that trace. The trench itself created mechanical hazards. Wet walls slumped into the walkway, narrowing the path and forcing men to twist sideways under load. Ladders and firing steps went slick under mold and algae. A man stepping up at night could miss the edge and fall backward into a bay, knock a comrade into a sump, or drop a box of grenades. Tools left leaning against the wall slid silently into the walkway and became ankle traps, then disappeared into the mud until a foot found them. Bombardments rearranged everything. A heavy pattern lifted the parapet and threw it inward. Traverses lost their shape and became ramps that funneled blast and noise into the next bay. Communication trenches filled to the lip and forced traffic over the top where machine guns waited. Shells struck near timbered dugouts and warped the supports, leaving cracks that dribbled earth for hours and made men look up with each new thud. After the last round, repair parties climbed out with shovels and picks, while carrying parties moved through the same damaged angles with ammunition and water. The system's logic never let danger drop to zero. Cover cut the chance of a direct hit, but increased the risk of burial. Reinforcement slowed collapse, but made fragments when it failed. Zigzags contained blasts, but slowed evacuation. A trench with perfect fire positions drew heavier fire. A trench that hid well could be found by reconnaissance and registered for later. Every gain was conditional. The landscape of risk was layered, and it changed with every storm and every adjustment by the enemy. He walked that landscape by rules learned from repetition. Keep the parapet high and the parados sound. Keep bays short. Keep duckboards level. Shift loopholes. Clear angles. Replace slumped bags. Mark safe ladders. Tie off tools. Memorize the quiet approach to a listening post and an alternate way back when a tree line that once masked movement is shredded and gone. In a place where maps aged by the hour, the safest path yesterday could be the wrong one after lunch. The cumulative effect was a workplace that demanded constant small decisions. Look out or look through a slit, step up or wait for darkness, carry now or carry later and risk a barrage, dig deeper and risk collapse, or keep it shallow and risk a fragment over the top. None of these choices guaranteed safety. They only managed exposure. That was the structure and the landscape, a shaped cut in the earth built to give chances rather than certainty, and as likely to injure through failure of material and ground as through enemy action. Mud and water set the baseline conditions. Rain collected in the trench floor and in the shell holes around it. Clay held the water and turned the walkway into paste that climbed the boots and stole traction. Duckboards floated if men did not pin them down. Sumps filled overnight. Pumps were scarce and often failed after one hard freeze. When bombardment broke the revetments, the parapet slumped and the trench narrowed. Men moved in single file against a wall that wept brown water. Every step lifted and dropped with a sucking sound that told others where they were long before they spoke. The trench was a drainage problem before it was a firing position. Parties dug side channels to lead water toward low ground. They filled the bottom with brushwood and bundles of sticks to create a crude filter. They pushed water into shell holes that acted as temporary sumps. When the water table rose, these measures lost effect. The water came back through every crack. In chalk sectors, the flow disappeared, but the walls peeled off in slabs after thaw. In clay sectors, the floor rose under pressure and buckled the duckboards. Engineers prescribed gradients and proper sumps. Artillery erased those details in an afternoon. Mud changed how a soldier's clothing worked. Wool kept some insulation when wet, but grew heavy and stayed cold in wind. Puttees soaked up water and held it against the shins. Boots filled from the top and then held the water in. A man who fell into a shell hole could not always climb out unaided because the sides offered no purchase. Packs and ammunition tins drew in water and doubled their weight. Rifles clogged at the muzzle and the bolt. Oil attracted grit. The routine of clearing weapons at the end of a shift became a survival habit and consumed minutes meant for rest. Sanitation had to coexist with this water. Latrines were placed close to the line for practical reasons. Long walks to the rear drew fire and cost time. Shallow pits with seats cut from timber were common. When the pits filled or flooded, men shoveled in dirt and lime and opened a new pit nearby. In some sectors, urine trenches lined with brushwood ran just behind the bays to keep men from using the firing line itself. At night, with the surface under observation, men used buckets and cans inside dugouts and emptied them at first light. Spills were frequent. Flies were constant in warm months. The smell never left. Shelling drove the sanitation plan. A direct hit on a latrine scattered contents across the walkway and into the nearest sump. Repair parties shoveled and limed what they could while carrying parties tried to pass with rations and ammunition. When rain followed, the contamination spread along the boards and into the mud outside. Water tins stored under cover acquired the same film of dirt on their lids that covered every surface. A hand that had just steadied a man on a filthy ladder opened the spout and poured water into a mug. Soap was issued but scarce. Clean water for washing was scarcer at the front than water for drinking. The result was predictable illness. Diarrhea and dysentery took hold when men could not wash hands or utensils. Tea helped because the water had to be boiled to make it. Boiling lowered pathogen load when fuel and time allowed it. When fires risked drawing observation, hot drinks came less often. Chlorination powders were used where available, but taste drove men to avoid treated water if they had a choice. Some units brought water forward in tins that had held fuel or oil when supplies ran short. The taint lingered and made men distrust the issue even when it was safe. Feet were the main casualty of persistent wet and cold. Trench foot did not require freezing temperatures. It required hours of immersion and pressure. Blood vessels in the feet constricted, nerves numbed, skin turned white or mottled. Swelling followed. Blisters formed under the surface and burst. Infection entered through cracked skin. In severe cases, the tissue died and sloughed away. Amputation was not rare. The condition differed from frostbite. It came from sustained wet, pressure, and cold acting together rather than from ice crystals forming in tissue. Prevention demanded regular changes into dry socks, foot drying, application of grease, and rest with boots off. The system gave only part of that list. Commanders and medical officers ordered foot inspections. Men lined up, removed boots and puttees, dried skin with whatever cloth was available, and rubbed grease into toes and soles. Whale oil or other fat formed a barrier that slowed water ingress and reduced friction. The order reduced injury where supplies were steady and time existed. It failed when men stood in water for hours on sentry duty or spent a night hauling crates through knee-deep mud. A dry sock could become a wet sock in minutes after a step off a duckboard into a flooded angle. The habit of rotating sentries more often in cold, wet weather helped but increased traffic and churned the floor into slurry. Skin elsewhere suffered the same logic. Constant wet under collars and cuffs produced sores. Friction under straps led to raw patches that did not heal in dirty conditions. Small cuts turned into infected ulcers. Shaving in cold water left nicks that festered. Medical posts behind the lines could clean and dress these wounds. In the front line, a man used a single dirty towel and a splash of water out of a can that had just rinsed a mess tin. The best practice was to keep skin dry and clean. The practice was hard to execute where nothing was dry and everything was shared. Waste management competed with ammunition for space and effort. Refuse pits were dug and marked. When shelling collapsed them, trash spilled into the trench and merged with the mud. Food scraps drew rats. Rats spread filth back toward sleeping spaces and stores. Lime reduced smell and slowed decay. Lime also burned skin and eyes when shaken into the air in confined bays. The choice was between irritation now and contamination later. Men chose based on workload and weather rather than instruction. Water discipline demanded counting containers and planning routes. A company knew how many tins it needed per day for drinking and for cooking. Carriers moved those tins up communication trenches at night to lower exposure. A single burst could pierce several tins. Leaks then ran down a man's back and legs if he had slung the strap over his shoulder. By dawn, a quarter of the ration might have bled out. Replenishment in daylight risked losses to fire. Shortages followed on the very days when heat or exertion increased need. Cooking at the front was limited by smoke, smell, and time. Heaters and braziers worked inside deep dugouts and in windless spells. More often, food arrived as a cold ration and a block of fuel. Men heated water when they could and ate cold when they could not. Warm food improved morale and body temperature. It did not erase the days of living wet. Fuel ash and soot settled on mugs and mess tins and mixed with the ever-present mud. The line between dirty and normal narrowed until a man judged a cup by whether it had visible chunks on the rim. Latrine discipline depended on dark and habit. In daylight, many avoided leaving the bay for fear of a sniper's shot into an exposed back at a bend. They used cans inside dugouts and promised to empty them after stand to. Fatigue shifted that promise to the next man. In a narrow alcove, one spill contaminated blankets and packs. In heavy rain, latrine pits overflowed and made rivulets that crossed the duckboards. The smell marked a route long after the water receded, so men avoided that turn and increased traffic at another, which then degraded faster and filled with water. Medical officers issued standing orders and walked the line to enforce them. Dig sumps and clear them. Keep lids on water tins. Boil when possible. Lime latrines daily. Change socks and grease feet. Burn refuse when smoke will not betray the position. Move dead animals and bury them. These orders reduced disease and injury in proportion to compliance and to the enemy's fire. During quiet spells, sanitation improved. During bombardments and attacks, it collapsed in moments because men had other tasks and because the ground itself failed. In summer, water stagnated in shell holes under a film of algae. Flies multiplied. Men drank more and took greater risks with sources. Diarrhea spread. In winter, melting snow filled trenches in an hour and brought sudden waves of cold to the legs that had already gone numb. Fire steps iced over. Duckboards turned to skates. A slip sent a man into a sump to the knee and filled his boots. Drying took hours near a brazier that might not be lit. The next watch began with wet socks and numb feet again. The body adapted by lowering its demands. Men drank less to avoid extra trips to a latrine in the dark. They ate without washing hands and stopped noticing the taste of chlorinated water. They slept in damp clothes because the spare set had already been spoiled by the same water that soaked the first. They accepted a low grade of illness as the background. Only when fever spiked or when a foot swelled enough to prevent fitting a boot did a man present to the medical post. By then, treatment meant removal from the line and a burden on the carrying parties in the same mud that had caused the injury. All of this made simple acts slow and expensive. 100 meters along a communication trench with 2 water tins and a box of rations became a major effort. A trip to a latrine became a navigational task that required a plan and a lookout. The effort to keep a foot dry became a daily operation with inspections and grease and arguments about the fairness of sock issue. The outcome was never perfect. It was only less bad when everything else was quiet. As soon as the guns resumed, mud and water regained control, and sanitation receded to whatever could be done with a shovel, a scoop of lime, and 10 minutes without incoming fire. Parasites turned the trench into an ecology that fed on men. Body lice were constant. They lived in the seams of shirts and trousers, in the folds of puttees, and in the stitching of caps. Eggs, glued to fibers, survived washing in cold water and hatched again after clothes dried against a stove or a skin. Lice moved easily from man to man in crowded dugouts and during rest in barns and cellars behind the line. Itching never stopped. Scratching broke skin and seeded small infections that rarely healed while the environment stayed wet and dirty. Trench fever came with the lice. It presented as sudden fever, severe headache, pain behind the eyes, and sharp tenderness along the shins. The attack receded and then returned days or weeks later. Many cases did not kill. They removed men from duty for weeks and sometimes months and left lingering weakness. No antibiotic existed. Treatment meant rest, fluids, and time away from lice. That required delousing, clean clothes, and space, all of which competed with operational needs. When units rotated forward again, reinfestation could begin within a day. Delousing became a routine and a contest with time. Mobile stations used steam to kill lice and eggs in clothing. Men stripped, passed garments through heated drums, and waited under blankets for their turn to end. When fuel ran short or the line was active, men hunted lice by hand. They held seams to candlelight and crushed moving spots with thumbnails. They dusted seams with powders intended to repel or poison insects. They shaved body hair to remove refuges. None of this changed the facts of the trench: crowding, shared bedding, and long intervals between hot washes. Relief came for days, not for months. Scabies added a different itch and a different pattern of sores. Mites burrowed into the skin and left thin, curving tracks between fingers, under wrists, around the waist, and in the groin. The rash and the urge to scratch intensified at night when men tried to sleep. Ointments containing sulfur or other compounds helped when available and when men had time to apply them to clean, dry skin. In the front line, the skin was not clean or dry, and the ointment stained and smelled. The condition spread along the same paths as lice: shared blankets, tight sleeping spaces, crowded transport. It did not remove men from duty as fast as fever did. It added another layer of strain to the routine. Rats were as common as sandbags. Brown rats bred in dugouts, in refuse pits, and in the gaps between revetments. They followed the smell of food and the smell of decay. They carried fleas and bacteria. They gnawed on tins, on candles, and on anything that softened with damp. At night they ran over sleeping men, searching for crumbs and salt. They bit fingers when hands twitched. They tore at the edges of packed rations and spoiled stores with droppings and urine. They fed on unburied bodies in no man's land and returned to the trenches with the same mouths. Shooting them was noisy and wasteful. Traps, poison, and terriers helped in small areas for a short time. The population adapted to noise and bait and returned as soon as the pressure eased. Flies joined in warm weather and turned every open surface into a landing zone. They moved from latrines to food to the moist corners of eyes and lips. Diarrhea spread faster under those conditions. Eye infection spread inside dugouts where men slept head to foot. Food had to be covered at all times, but the same cloth that covered food covered wounds and tools and acquired the same film of dirt that covered the trench. The distinction between clean and less clean blurred until the only standard left was whether something looked usable. Intestinal disease followed the breakdown of sanitation. Dysentery did not need a grand failure. It needed a few days of rushed work, a burst pipe, a flooded pit, and hands that moved between tasks without washing. Symptoms began as cramps, urgency, and loose stools that turned to blood and mucus in bad cases. Dehydration came fast when men were already short of clean water and salt. Treatment focused on fluids and rest. Both were scarce. Men masked symptoms to avoid being pulled from their section during a period of heavy work. They ate less and moved slower and made more mistakes because cramps and fatigue shifted attention away from watch and weapons. Typhoid and paratyphoid were feared for good reason. Vaccination reduced cases in some armies by the middle of the war, but not everywhere and not in every season. Where vaccination uptake was incomplete or where sanitation collapsed, clusters appeared. Fever, abdominal pain, and delirium removed men from duty and overwhelmed aid posts. Commanders learned to protect water supplies and to enforce discipline around latrines because a single upstream leak could seed a whole company. On parts of the Eastern Front and in sections without robust delousing and vaccination, louse-borne typhus threatened to break control. On the Western Front, continuous delousing and tighter sanitary arrangements limited it, but the fear remained and drove measures that took time and manpower away from other tasks. Skin infections were constant. Small cuts and abrasions turned into impetigo and cellulitis. Boils grew under straps and belts where friction never stopped. Shaving with cold water and a dull blade left nicks that formed scabs that reopened under sweat and salt. Medical orderlies lanced and dressed what they could. They used iodine, carbolic agents, and later hypochlorite solutions when available. Without antibiotics, progress depended on drainage, cleanliness, and the body's reserves. The first was painful, the second was rare, the third was already spent. Mouth and gum disease took hold in the same way. Diets heavy in tinned meat and tea, scarce fresh vegetables, constant tobacco, and minimal dental care produced tender, bleeding gums and loose teeth. Men called the worst form trench mouth. Ulcers formed along the gum line and at the edges of the tongue. Breath turned foul. Eating became painful. Calorie intake fell at the same moment work demands stayed high. Dental officers could extract teeth and clean infections during rest periods. In the line, men rinsed with whatever antiseptic they could spare and waited for a quieter day. The lice did more than carry fever. They drained sleep. Men woke to scratch and then could not settle again because scratching meant moving, and movement meant noise, and noise drew a warning from a sentry who wanted quiet in the bay. The cycle repeated until morning. Itching under straps made carrying loads worse. Itching under the rim of a gas mask made SEALs uncertain during alerts. A small discomfort in a safe place becomes a minor note. The same discomfort under threat cuts attention and reduces the margin for error. Delousing stations were logistical nodes. Units scheduled them between trench tours and work details. A company that missed a turn went forward with a higher baseline of infestation and a higher risk of fever. A company that made its turn stood naked for an hour while clothes steamed and felt clean for a few days. The moment they reached a crowded billet, the process restarted. Blankets that had missed the drum contained eggs. A single infested coat in a stack seeded the rest. The system demanded perfect sequencing and perfect fuel and perfect discipline to keep lice down. None of those conditions held at the front for long. Medical officers wrote simple orders because simple orders had the best chance to survive contact with mud and fire. Boil what touches the mouth. Keep waist covered. Keep clothing dry when possible. Air bedding in sunlight when possible. Use powders as directed. Present early with fever. They recorded fewer cases when companies could follow these orders and more when the line was active and the weather turned bad. They saw patterns by season. Summer meant flies and bowel disease. Autumn and winter meant lice flourishing under layers and trench fever surging when men wore the same clothing day and night for weeks. The presence of rats and their contamination created one more avenue for disease. Leptospirosis spread where rat urine mixed with standing water and entered through broken skin. It caused fever, muscle pain, and in severe cases jaundice and kidney problems. Many mild cases went unrecognized amid other fevers and aches. Practical prevention meant rat control and boots that did not leak. Neither was guaranteed. Poison placed near stores risked contaminating food. Traps needed time to set and clear. Terriers needed handlers and space. Boots leaked when seams failed and when men stepped off duckboards into sumps. Bathing was not a simple act of hygiene, but a scheduled military operation. Men moved by groups to field baths in the rear. Hot water, soap, and clean towels existed in those spaces, along with delousing drums and fresh underclothes. The bath line moved slowly. A warning of a coming relief or a call for working parties cut the time short. A man who left with wet hair and a bundle of clean clothes faced a march back in cold air and arrived at a billet that smelled of the same damp straw as before. 2 days later, his shirt itched again. The knowledge that cleanliness would not last had its own effect on motivation. Illness did not only remove individuals, it thinned sections and added weight to those who remained. A team short of 2 men hauled ammunition farther and slept less. The extra work lowered immunity and invited the same infections that had just pulled their friends out. Commanders tracked sick lists with the same care as casualty lists. Both reflected the state of the unit. Both spiked after rain, after a rotation through a wet sector, or after a period when delousing had been missed. The parasite and disease burden explains part of why small tasks felt large. Itching, low fever, and abdominal cramps eroded attention and patience. In a quiet village behind the line, these symptoms would send a man to bed. In a trench, they became the background noise under which he listened for a mortar tube or a wire cutter in the dark. The environment produced a steady drag on strength. It did not appear on daily reports as a decisive event. It appeared as slow times on carry routes, as dropped tins, as a second of delay in fitting a gas mask, as a missed step on a slick ladder. The system worked against the human body in layers. Parasites kept skin inflamed and sleep broken. Rats and flies distributed filth. Water carried pathogens when discipline slipped. Crowding amplified each factor. Without antibiotics and with limited hot water and soap, recovery depended on removal from exposure. The front line offered the opposite. Men adapted by accepting a lower standard of comfort and function, and by focusing on what could be controlled in a single bay on a single day. The cost of that adaptation accumulated out of sight and appeared only when the unit tried to move faster than its illnesses allowed. Artillery set the rhythm and the casualty lists. Shells killed more soldiers than bullets. The guns could hit a trench, a road, a ration party, or a single bay in the dark and in the rain. They fired in patterns that planners drew on gridded maps and corrected by observation. They had calibers for every task. Field guns threw shrapnel and high explosive across open ground. Howitzers lobbed heavy shells at steep angles to reach behind cover. Trench mortars dropped bombs almost straight down into angles and junctions. Railguns reached far to hit crossroads and depots. Each weapon made the trench a place that was never secure. A bombardment was a sequence, not a single blow. Registration rounds found the target by bracketing it with shorts and overs. Observers in balloons, on hills, and in forward posts called corrections by telephone, buzzer, or runner. When the fall of shot matched the plan, batteries shifted to volume. Drum fire meant high rates of fire from many tubes at once. The ground shook in waves. The trench walls sagged. Dust and fumes filled dugouts. Men who moved to the surface found air that clawed the throat and eyes. Men who stayed below risked burial when an entrance collapsed or when timbers bowed and dumped earth into a bunker. Shell design controlled effects. Shrapnel shells used a timed fuse to burst above ground and throw lead balls forward in a cone. They cut down men in the open and punished movement on paths and assembly lanes. High explosive shells used instantaneous fuses to burst at or just after impact and to throw jagged fragments in all directions. Delay fuses drove the shell under the surface before detonation and blew a crater. That crater smashed revetments and threw walls inward. It also broke drainage and created pools that later bred disease. Air bursts from instant fuses over hard ground showered fragments into open bays and over parapets. Delayed bursts buried men and collapsed cover. No choice was kind. Mortars completed the problem. The heavy types sent large charges with thin cases that burst with great blast and fewer fragments. They dropped into the angles and T-junctions where a trench design could not spread the pressure. Medium and light mortars worked faster and moved with infantry. Their bombs arced over parapets and found the blind spots that field guns missed. A single hit in a communication trench could block traffic for an hour with debris and shock. A direct hit inside a bay turned duckboards, sandbags, and tools into projectiles that added to the fragments. Overpressure damaged bodies even when fragments did not strike. The wave from a nearby blast moved faster than sound and squeezed air spaces. Eardrums ruptured, lungs bruised, sinuses bled, balance failed. Men stood and fell without visible wounds. They crawled and could not stand because the inner ear had lost its calibration. They could not hear orders. Speech turned to a whisper in their own heads, while the real noise imposed a second, delayed world. Orientation drifted during an attack when timing mattered most. Concussion altered thinking for minutes or hours. At the front, those minutes were often the only window to react. A man stunned by a close burst might pull at a mask strap by mistake. He might turn the wrong way inside a smoke cloud and step up onto a parapet. He might forget a route and lead a stretcher into a blocked traverse. Many returned to function within the hour. They did so with slower reactions and with ringing in the ears that hid footsteps and whispers. Fragments wrote the other half of the story. The case of a high explosive shell broke into irregular pieces that left the burst at high speed. The pieces ranged from needles that tore skin to slabs that cut through timber. The pattern depended on the casing, the angle of approach, the type of fuse, and the ground. A man standing 3 bays away might escape a blast, but be cut by a shard that ricocheted off a parados. A man in a deep dugout might emerge unhurt, but meet a stray fragment on the ladder as a second round struck the parapet. Guns did not fire without purpose. They interdict supply routes with harassing fire at night. They built box barrages around a small target to isolate it. They laid standing barrages in front of lines to stop counterattacks. They extended creeping barrages before infantry assaults. A creeping barrage moved a set distance every minute. The rate varied by plan and by terrain. The idea was simple. A wall of explosions advanced while infantry followed at a measured gap. If the guns moved too fast, the infantry lost the shield and met uncut wire and live machine guns. If the guns moved too slow, friendly fragments fell among the attackers. The plan depended on watches set alike, on training, and on ground that did not trip men into craters. Any slip broke the logic and turned protection into danger. Counter-battery fire tried to silence the enemy's guns. Artillery units used flash spotting, sound ranging, aerial photography, and prisoner reports to plot enemy batteries. Once located, they attacked with their own guns or called for aircraft to drop bombs. Success was partial. Batteries dispersed. They built revetments and dug gun pits with overhead cover. They camouflaged. They shifted after a few rounds. Some guns were too far to reach. Others fired a short program and moved. Counter-battery work reduced fire or forced the enemy to change behavior. It did not empty the sky. The earth carried the violence beyond the immediate burst. Prolonged barrages liquefied wet soil. Walls slumped into the trench. Traverses that once blocked blast became ramps that funneled it into the next bay. The floor rose under pressure and shoved duckboards upward. Sumps filled with a slurry of clay and splinters that could not be scooped. It had to be cut. Dugout frames twisted. A beam that had held for months cracked under a shock that found its weakness. Entrances jammed. A man hauling a crate had to drop it and dig out a step while shells still fell. Smoke and dust were not minor. Each burst sent a brown or gray cloud through the trench. In still air, the cloud settled and took away vision in the bay and in the dugout. In wind, it pushed men to turn their faces and lose sight of what they carried and where they stepped. Dust-coated masks and the eyepieces fogged. Sweat mixed with dust and ran into the eyes. In winter, the same dust loaded with frozen grains cut skin. Unexploded shells introduced deferred danger. Duds lay nose down in traverse corners and along the parapet. They sometimes detonated with a touch hours later. Salvage parties marked and avoided them when the line was quiet. Movement at night made marking uncertain. Repair crews using picks and shovels met them under a thin layer of wet earth. The procedure was to halt and wait for specialists. The practice under fire was to shift 2 steps and keep shoveling. Observation forced behavior in predictable ways that the enemy could exploit. If a bombardment had cut a gap near a junction, repair parties would go there first. Harassing fire returned at the expected hour and place. If a path across open ground had avoided fire for 3 nights, ration parties learned it and used it again. Mortars searched for the sound of boots on a plank and walked bombs along the noise. A heavy gun fired single rounds at long intervals into a road that carried only 2 carts an hour. It found 1 cart a night and made the road feel closed all the time. Medical care adapted to artillery patterns. Aid posts moved into cellars and into the deepest dugouts. Orderlies staged stretchers at the exits. They tied tags on men when light and time allowed, but often they dragged and carried without records until the line of wounded at the dressing station grew too long to triage at once. Artillery wounds were dirty. Fragments drove cloth and mud into tissue. Limbs shattered where bone met steel. Without antibiotics, surgeons debrided by hand and knife and cut wide to reduce infection. They cleared airways choked by dust and blood. They wrapped ears and eyes and hoped to avoid infection until a man could be moved to a hospital farther back. The numbers shaped routine even on calm days. Stand to at dawn and dusk to meet a likely short barrage and a patrol. Scheduled rests altered when an enemy battery's harassing fire arrived on the hour. Carrying parties chose routes and times by the known habits of single guns and single mortars. Commanders issued standing orders to spread out on all tasks. No 2 men sat together on a bench by day. No 2 water tins touched in a column. A single burst should never take out a whole team. Compliance varied with fatigue and weather. A wet night compressed bodies under the same sheet of corrugated iron over a dugout entrance. A burst at that moment did what the order had tried to prevent. Timber and earth offered only conditional protection. Overhead cover reduced fragments but amplified the risk of burial. To survive a direct hit by a large shell required thickness that the ground and the tools and the time did not allow. Most dugouts were built to defeat splinters and near misses, not to survive a strike into the roof. The safest place during a heavy bombardment was often not obvious. Some men stayed below and braced against beams. Others waited outside, pressed to the parados, ready to run if a cave-in began. Stories grew inside units about which choices had worked. Those stories were evidence and myth in equal measure, born from a handful of survivors and many who could not speak. Artillery doctrine matured and made service harder. The enemy learned to cut wire with delay-fused high explosive instead of shrapnel alone. He learned to start with registration on batteries and headquarters and then to switch to the front line at the hour of meal distribution. He layered shells of different types to break revetments, to drive men below, and then to drop mortars into the bays where they packed. He used gas shells in sequences that drove men to don masks and then hit them with high explosive while their vision and breathing were impaired. He placed neutralizing fire on likely lines of communication as soon as observers saw a signal flare. Each refinement removed a method of coping the defenders had learned the month before. For defenders, the answer was also refinement, better splinter screens, deeper traverses, more duckboards to keep movement possible under debris, more alternate routes mapped and memorized, silent hours reserved for rest enforced by order, stricter spacing on all tasks, immediate repair of telephone lines by teams who knew every bend and could work in the dark, more training on mask drills under noise and vibration so that hands still found straps when the earth moved. These measures improved survival in proportion to discipline, materials, and luck. The final effect of artillery was to make time uncertain. A day that should have been for draining a sump and airing blankets became a day of hasty repair. A night chosen for a patrol turned into a night pinned down by a box barrage around the assembly trench. Meals moved by the minute as cooks waited for a lull to carry hot tea forward. Sleep broke into fragments aligned with gaps in fire that might not return the next night. The guns decided whether a unit worked, ate, moved, or simply endured. Artillery was the main killer because it reached everywhere and because it turned every other task into a gamble. It punished mass. It punished routine. It punished the assumption that yesterday's safe turn at the traverse would be safe today. A soldier lived by listening to the tone of a gun and to the delay between report and arrival, by reading the dust of a burst, by feeling the ground through his boots, and by reaching the right kind of cover in the seconds he had. He could do each of those things well and still be in the arc of a fragment that he could not see. That was the nature of the weapon, and the reason why the trench system felt alive with risk, even when nobody on the parapet fired a shot. Gas changed the trench from a place of fragments and noise to a place where air itself could injure. Early attacks used cylinders opened under favorable wind. Later, shells carried gas to any point on the map. Chlorine irritated eyes and lungs immediately. It reacted with moisture to form acids that stripped the lining of airways. Phosgene smelled faintly of hay and acted more slowly. Many who inhaled it felt better after the first cough and then developed fluid in the lungs hours later. Mustard gas attacked skin and eyes as well as the respiratory tract. It soaked into clothing and soil and remained dangerous for days. Each agent demanded a different response, and the mix during an attack forced soldiers to treat all gas as dangerous until proven otherwise. The weather decided the success of a cylinder release. Crews waited for steady wind, moderate speed, and a temperature profile that kept a cloud near the ground. A sudden shift blew gas back into friendly lines. A drop in wind stalled it over no man's land. Mist and low cloud held it in hollows. High winds dispersed it before it reached the parapet. Gas shells reduced dependence on wind, but did not remove it. Shell bursts created pockets that drifted along the ground and collected in shell holes and dugout entrances. Heavy agents lingered and sank into low spots. Light agents moved faster and cleared sooner, but reached farther. Detection began with simple cues. Chlorine stung eyes and caught in the throat. Phosgene arrived with less irritation, so sentries watched for a low, creeping haze and listened for the distinctive pop of gas shell fuses mixed into a bombardment. Mustard often gave no immediate pain on the skin. Signs appeared later as redness and blisters. Units used gongs, rattles, horns, and shouted alarms to warn nearby bays. The order was always the same: mask on first, then assess. Seconds mattered. Masks evolved from cloth soaked in improvised solutions to purpose-built respirators. The small box respirator used a filter box with layers of charcoal and chemicals connected by a hose to a facepiece with eyepieces. Filters absorbed or reacted with many gases, but not all, and not forever. High concentrations overwhelmed them. Dampness reduced performance. Improper fit broke the seal and admitted enough gas to injure. Drills aimed to make donning automatic. Men practiced until they could fit the mask in the dark and in rain, under noise, and while half asleep. Breathing through a mask took effort. Airflow met resistance in the filter and hose. Work rate fell. Speech became muffled or impossible. Orders moved by hand signals and touch. Eyepieces fogged from sweat and breath unless treated with anti-dimming compounds. Straps pulled at the scalp and face. The seal pressed against stubble and scar tissue and sometimes failed there. A sentry who yawned or shouted could break the seal just long enough to let gas in. During an artillery program that mixed high explosive and gas shells, men wore masks for long periods with reduced vision while fragments still fell. Many tasks slowed to a crawl. Some had to stop. Dugouts and low ground turned gas into a trap. Heavier-than-air agents poured down steps and pooled along floors. Curtains and blankets hung in entrances slowed the flow but did not filter it out. Hand fans and improvised bellows pushed air but demanded bodies working in masks while shells fell. After an alarm, parties moved along dugout lines with gas detectors and opened vents. Safe removal of masks required measured checks and a clear order. A man who lifted a mask to scratch an itch or to catch a full breath could inhale a bolus that undid hours of caution. Chlorine caused immediate damage and terror in unprotected men. Eyes streamed, chests tightened. Those who ran inhaled more and worsened the injury. The mask reduced exposure if fitted in time. Those who failed to fit it in seconds often fell where they stood. Phosgene demanded a different caution. Men exposed without severe immediate distress needed observation for a day. Lungs filled slowly with fluid. A man who carried loads after mild exposure could collapse later with severe breathing difficulty. Medical officers kept such men at rest and monitored for delayed signs. Mustard gas redefined the front as a contaminated environment. It penetrated fabric and leather. Skin under the edge of a collar or under a waistband blistered first. Eyes reddened and closed with pain. Inhaling vapors damaged the throat and lungs, but the main effect was incapacitation rather than rapid death. Clothing, blankets, and sandbags that had absorbed droplets continued to injure anyone who touched them hours later. Decontamination used bleaching powder and earth. Crews scraped soil, lifted boards, and replaced sandbags. They marked contaminated zones and routes. Work slowed across entire sectors for days after a heavy mustard shelling. Anti-gas discipline became a daily routine. Inspect masks for leaks, keep filters dry, practice donning at speed, treat eyepieces for fogging, keep masks within reach at all times, including during sleep. Post gas sentries during bombardments and under low wind at night. Maintain alarms. The strict rule was to remove masks only on order from trained observers, never by individual decision. False alarms cost time and energy, but were preferable to a missed one. Commanders enforced these habits because a single lapse could injure a whole bay. Animals served as early warning in some sectors. Mules, horses, and dogs reacted before men noticed the first sting. Their agitation drew attention to a faint haze or a new smell. Despite that help, confusion was common at night and during mixed shelling. Some men tightened straps at the first hint of powder fumes from explosives and then wore masks for an hour while only high explosive fell. Others hesitated and lost the window to seal the facepiece. Training aimed to shrink that hesitation without creating panic. Gas mixed with artillery to create compound problems. Shells that forced men into masks reduced their speed and vision. A second wave of high explosive then fell on slower, muffled defenders. Repairs took longer. Stretcher teams struggled with weight and narrow angles while breathing through filters. Masks complicated treatment. Orderlies worked by feel to clear airways and bandage eyes and faces. Aid posts used fans and curtains, but the flow of casualties pushed doors open and let contaminated air swirl inside. Protective ointments and powders offered partial help against mustard. Men applied them to exposed skin and to likely chafe points before duty. After exposure, they dusted with absorbent powders and washed with clean water and soap if available. Many times the only option was to strip and discard contaminated clothing and wipe skin with rags. Supplies limited how often a unit could execute the full procedure. Waste disposal then posed a second hazard because contaminated fabric continued to burn skin if handled without care. The long tail of gas injury changed units for weeks. Eye injuries removed men from duty for days. Skin burns from mustard prevented wearing equipment and boots. Phosgene exposure sidelined men for observation, even when they insisted they felt well. Fear of delayed effects weighed on decision-making. A man who had seen a comrade collapse a day after a light exposure was slower to take off his mask the next time, even when ordered. That caution saved some and hindered work for others. Commanders had to balance urgency with safety every time the air smelled wrong. Gas also distorted normal communication. Masks erased facial expression and muffled voices. Sentries used prearranged knocks, touches, and pulls on sleeves. Patrols moved with more spacing and more time between signals. Runners carried written messages because shouted orders could not cut through filters and the constant cough that followed exposure. Telephones worked until gas seeped into switchboards and made operators tear up. Many units added simple covers and fans to protect equipment and to keep operators functional under low concentrations. Even with good equipment and drills, gas remained effective because it forced human bodies to operate at the edge of their capacity. The filter added work to every breath. The seal punished any lapse in fit. Sweat and fogged lenses cut vision at the moments when fragments and bullets still moved. Mustard turned ground and gear into hazards that outlasted the barrage. Phosgene turned a quiet hour into a period of hidden risk. Chlorine punished delay. The combined effect was a drop in work rate, a rise in mistakes, and a chronic anxiety that sat in the background through every bombardment and every night on sentry. In practice, anti-gas measures reduced deaths and kept many at their posts. They did not return the trench to normal. They created a new baseline in which activity slowed, fatigue rose, and a portion of every unit's attention remained fixed on seals, straps, and the taste of the air. That attention had to be paid while the rest of the war, artillery, snipers, wire, and work, continued without pause. Gas did not replace other threats. It layered itself over them and extended the cost of each hour spent in the line. Machine guns turned open ground into measured zones of denial. Crews placed guns to sweep the approaches with grazing fire that traveled a few hand widths above the surface. The bullets formed a beaten zone that stretched in depth and width and stayed steady as long as the gun held aim. Interlocking fields of fire linked one position to the next, so that a gap in one arc overlapped with the next. Enfilade fire along a trench or a wire line punished any movement parallel to the front. Defensive plans sketched these arcs on transparent overlays and tied them to fixed aiming stakes in the ground. Water-cooled guns such as Maxims and Vickers could fire for long periods if fed with belts and coolant. The water boiled under sustained fire. Steam condensed back into a canvas bag to hide vapor that might betray the position. Air-cooled guns saved weight, but demanded barrel changes and stricter fire discipline. Crews drilled stoppage drills until hands moved without orders. A jam under pressure meant a short silence that attackers tried to hear and exploit. Ammunition supply set limits. Belts had to arrive dry and free of grit. Carriers worked forward every night with boxes that grew heavier with mud. A wet belt swelled and dragged, and a single torn cartridge could stop a gun at the worst second. Elevation and traverse gear made small corrections possible while the weapon stayed on its tripod. A crew could raise fire to clear a crest, lower it to sweep a lane, and walk bursts across an approach. In some sectors, machine guns fired indirectly by chart, with sights set for distance and angle, to drop bullets into assembly trenches beyond a rise. Range tables and fixed reference points made this possible. It demanded steady mounts, careful calibration, and strict control to avoid friendly lines. Defenders preferred direct fire when the enemy was in sight, but the option to harass unseen routes added weight to the defense. Concealment decided survival. Gun pits were dug back from the parapet, with low overhead cover and tight embrasures cut through sandbags or timber. False positions with spare barrels and dummy tripods drew fire. Real positions shifted after short bursts. Smoke from coolant and dust from muzzle blast still betrayed them. Spotters with periscopes and glasses looked for muzzle flash at night and the faint shimmer of air above a hot barrel by day. Once identified, a position drew trench mortar bombs or registered artillery. The cycle repeated: sight, fire, move, repair, replace. Barbed wire fixed the geometry of attack. Belts of wire were laid in depth, not only as a single fence. Screw pickets allowed quiet installation without hammer blows. Knife rest sections could be lifted into place and moved to create false lanes and dead ends. Wire grew into a field of obstacles with strands at ankle, knee, and waist height, and with extra coils hidden at natural gaps. In frost, wire shrank and tightened. In heat, it sagged and hid trip hazards in grass. Defenders patrolled and repaired at night. Attackers reconnoitered by counting pickets and measuring belt depth with rods and tapes in the dark. Cutting wire under observation was a slow job. Patrols crawled with nippers and blankets to drape over strands. Each snip risked a click that a sentry could hear. Flares forced men to freeze and press into shallow hollows, while rifles searched for silhouettes. Bangalore torpedoes made lanes by force when carried up in sections and joined at the edge. Artillery prepared assaults by cutting lanes with high explosive on a time fuse. Delay fuses often worked better against posts and pickets because they burst in the ground and leveraged soil to tear anchors free. No method guaranteed a clear path. Any missed strand trapped feet and slowed the pace that creeping barrages demanded. No man's land was a narrow world of shell holes, broken posts, and residue from past attacks. By day, observation from trenches, balloons, and sometimes aircraft kept it still. By night, it filled with patrols, wiring parties, listening posts, and raiding groups. The ground held water in craters. The edges were slick. A man who slid into a deep hole sometimes needed two to pull him out. Trip flares stood on pins and wires. Star shells from mortars washed areas with cold light that sharpened shadows and flattened depth. The correct response was to freeze. Movement under flare light read as life to a sentry who knew every stump and post by shape. Listening posts worked forward in shallow saps or in shell holes close to the wire. 2 or 3 men lay still with grenades, a periscope, and a line to pull if they had to warn the trench. Frost stiffened hands on the cord. Rain filled holes and made every shift a sound. Patrols moved past them with set distances and time gaps, and returned by different routes to avoid patterns. Raids tested the enemy's routine, took prisoners for intelligence, and forced him to keep men ready at all hours. They also taught both sides the same lesson. Any movement over open ground was work against time and against arcs that had been prepared for months. The act of going over the top demanded organization in detail. Jumping off trenches or tapes were laid at night to bring assault waves as close as possible without drawing day fire. Watches were synchronized to the barrage timetable. Lanes through the wire were marked. Guides learned each lane by feel. Leaders fixed distances between files to avoid bunching under machine gun cones. When the barrage lifted, the first wave had to rise and move immediately. A late start lost the shield. An early start met shells still falling. A man tangled in wire for a few seconds turned a fluid line into a knot that presented a target to every gun in reach. Defensive machine gun plans used pre-arranged signals to unleash massed fires. Flares sent the code for an SOS barrage from artillery and for beaten zones to be walked across designated lanes. The nearest crews opened at once on the suspected gap. Others fired on fixed lines even if they saw nothing. Overhead fire from distant guns was coordinated to sweep assembly spaces, while closer guns raked the front. The point was not perfect accuracy, it was high volume along likely routes at once. Even short bursts changed the choice a platoon leader faced: press forward through trails of spark and dust, or lie flat while the protective barrage moved beyond his reach. The psychology of the obstacle was as real as the steel. Men who had practiced with wooden stakes and clean wire met coils packed with old cloth, splintered posts, and dead roots. Cutting took longer than any drill. Hands bled in gloves. Pack straps caught on barbs, while the rest of the section pressed behind. Voices dropped to whispers under flares. A single flare that hung longer than usual added a minute to a crawl that already tested lungs and nerves. Behind them, the trench lived by a different rhythm: short alerts, bursts from fixed guns, and the hiss of shells that were meant to land just in front of friendly wire. Pillboxes and strong points added machine gun fire from solid cover. Concrete and steel shielding made small targets that resisted shell splinters and rifle fire. Guns inside used narrow embrasures and fired along pre-cut lanes. Attackers learned to work past them with smoke, grenades, and close-in bombing once they reached the flank. Getting there demanded survival through the same open arcs and the same wire. Suppression without closure left guns to reopen as soon as smoke drifted, and as soon as the first assault wave passed beyond mutual support. Later in the war, assault tactics shortened exposure by breaking attacks into small groups that infiltrated between strong points and sought cover in folds of ground. These groups carried light machine guns, grenades, and automatic pistols to create fire at the point of contact. They still had to cross the first strip of ground under existing arcs. The best cases came with surprise, fog, or a shattered defense. The worst looked like the rest of the war, a crawl to wire under observation, a loss of direction under bursts and flares, and men pinned in shell holes until night or until exhaustion forced a retreat. Rescue of wounded in no man's land followed the same harsh math. Stretcher bearers waited for darkness or for a lull. They moved without helmets at times to keep weight down and to hear better. They carried morphine, bandages, and tags. A shout from a shell hole mixed with wind and machine gun noise and was easy to miss. Most retrievals took hours, some took days. Many failed because a small movement drew fire from a gun that had the area registered. A burst walked back and forth across the likely approach until nothing moved again. Machine guns and wire set the basic condition that made trenches necessary. Open movement in daylight was a short route to death or injury. Night allowed work and risked confusion. Every plan at the front was a plan to reduce time under those arcs. Artillery tried to blind and cut. Smoke tried to hide. Tapes and lanes tried to guide. Training tried to make bodies move at a set pace under stress. Even when everything worked, a single intact strand, a missed picket, or a gun that survived in a flank position could halt a company in 1 minute. That is why the strip of ground received the name it did, and why both sides invested so much effort in holding it empty. Night did not bring silence. It brought different sounds and a different pattern of interruption. Artillery worked harassing fire on roads and junctions. Trench mortars fired short programs to make repair work slow. Flares hissed. Machine guns tested belts and walked short bursts across paths. Men stood to at dusk and again before dawn because those were likely windows for attack. Between those anchors, the line lived by alerts. A report of wire cutting, a single mortar thump, a suspected patrol in a hollow. Each alert pulled men out of dugouts, put rifles on the parapet, and held them there until a non-commissioned officer called, "Stand down." Sleep broke into pieces. A sentry's watch might be an hour or two in cold and wet, followed by a short attempt to sleep in a crowded dugout where bodies shifted and coughed. Work parties went out at night to move wire, bring forward ammunition, repair slopes, and clear sumps. Those tasks fell on the same men who had stood to at dusk. When they returned, other men rose for a ration carry or for a patrol to a listening post. By the end of a tour in the line, no one slept a full night. Most slept in fragments, 20 minutes leaning against a beam, half an hour on a bunk with boots on, another half hour with a mask resting on the chest, because the wind had shifted and gas shells were possible. Noise had a grammar that men learned, but learning it did not make it less intrusive. The crack of a rifle at range sounded different from a near miss. The thud of a heavy mortar had a slow rise compared to a field gun. The tearing sound of a close shell fragment was not like the hiss of distant shrapnel balls. Men mapped these sounds against distance and habit. They still woke at each new pattern because a change could mean registration for an attack or a box barrage forming around a sector. The body did not allow deep sleep under those conditions. It woke early and often. Light made sleep shallower. Flares burned overhead and lit the bay through gaps and embrasures. A dugout near an entrance saw repeated flashes under the door curtain. Candles guttered in the stale air and threw sudden shadows. Men turned with each change because a shadow might be a man entering with a message or an order to stand to. Even when a dugout lay deep and dark, noise filtered down through timbers and set teeth on edge. Sleep down there came with a cost. A heavy strike near the entrance could trap men. A man who slept deeper than his mates risked being the last to reach the ladder. Fatigue altered performance. Fingers failed on small tasks. A grenade pin bent under a clumsy pull. A rifle bolt stuck because oil had turned to paste, and a hand lacked the patience to work it free. A man missed a rung on a ladder and fell into a sump. Sentries blinked longer and missed a shift in wind that brought gas to the lip. Runners forgot a turn and lost minutes. An order heard clearly at dusk became a muddled version at 2 a.m. when a corporal repeated it to a man he shook awake. Each error was small alone. Together they increased risk at every level, individual, section, and company. Some units tried to protect sleep with routine. They formalized watches. They enforced quiet hours and banned unnecessary movement during those windows. They scheduled work parties to avoid double-loading the same men. They rotated sentries more frequently in cold and wet. Those measures worked when the enemy allowed it. A single night of heavy shelling erased the plan. The day after, the same unit carried out repair under intermittent fire and ate cold while new alerts cut rest into shorter pieces. Noise caused lasting injury. Repeated exposure to blasts and high sound levels damaged hearing. Men developed tinnitus, a ring that masked speech and muffled warning. Others lost hearing in one ear and learned to turn to catch spoken orders. A sudden nearby burst ruptured eardrums. Blood on a hand after touching the ear was a common sign. In many cases, the drum healed. In others, hearing stayed poor. Units adapted by putting such men on tasks that relied less on hearing. In a trench, there were few tasks that did not rely on hearing. The mind took damage in ways not visible on an examination table. Shell shock became a label for a set of problems that appeared after heavy bombardment or after long exposure to the front. Some cases followed a close blast and looked like concussion, confusion, headache, problems with balance, and memory gaps. Some came without a clear single event and looked like an exhaustion of nerves, tremor in hands, stammering, rapid pulse, sweat, startle to minor sounds, nightmares, and a stare that did not focus. Some men developed functional blindness or mutism with no detectable injury to eyes or vocal cords. Others froze when ordered to move, not from choice, but because the body failed to execute intention. At the time, doctors argued about cause. Some believed blast waves damaged the brain even without visible wounds. Others believed prolonged strain and fear exhausted the nervous system. Both patterns likely existed. Treatment depended on where and when a man appeared. Early in the war, some were evacuated far back and kept in hospitals for long periods with limited success. Later, many armies placed rest centers closer to the front. There men were allowed to sleep, fed regularly, and given simple duties. The aim was quick return. A portion did return after days. Others did not. Repeat exposure often brought symptoms back. Sleep loss and shock linked with each other. Lack of sleep made startle stronger and recovery slower. Startle and anxiety made sleep shallow and full of waking. Nightmares repeated bombardments with full sensory detail. Men woke with hands clawing for a mask or for a ladder that was not there. In billets far behind the line, a dropped pot or a door slam made men dive to floors. In the quiet of a leave town, street noises sounded like distant shell fire. Some could not tolerate trains because the rhythm recalled a creeping barrage. These reactions did not stop when a tour ended. They continued into rest and often into civilian life. Commanders recognized the problem in practical terms. A platoon filled with men who had not slept could not carry out a night raid or hold a line through a morning bombardment. Orders stressed rest when possible. They were often paired with orders that increased workload: repair this, move that, carry now. The contradiction was not a failure to plan. It was the state of the war. The same ground had to be held, repaired, and supplied under fire. Small adaptations helped at the margin. Men learned to sleep anywhere and any time. They learned to remove boots and puttees in a way that allowed a fast return to duty. They kept important items in the same place and reached for them by habit. They made pillow rolls from dry items and rotated them when one got wet. They blocked light leaks around dugout doors with extra blankets. They hung helmets to keep drips from hitting the face. Each measure gained minutes of deeper sleep, and those minutes mattered. Discipline around noise worked in two directions. During quiet hours, no one banged tools or shouted. Men used agreed knocks and touches. Mess tins were wrapped. Rifles and bayonets were not laid against metal. At the same time, every new noise was suspect. A scrape on wire could be wind. It could also be a patrol. A hollow thump could be a farmer's cart far back. It could also be a trench mortar. The safe response was often to raise an alarm. That response woke men who had just fallen asleep and put them back on the step with cold hands and a heart rate that would not settle until an hour had passed without further sign. Fatigue also showed in small social ways. Jokes shortened. Letters home went unwritten or turned into single lines. A man who had listened to a friend talk now stared at the ground and answered with a word. Arguments grew over ration shares and over who had stood which watch. Non-commissioned officers carried the load of keeping order when patience dropped. They paid for it with the same lack of sleep as their men. Medical officers wrote rest into orders as if it were a supply. The reality was that sleep was a contested resource like dry socks and water. It came in pieces when weather, enemy activity, and unit tasks allowed. Loss of sleep increased accidents and lowered resistance to infection. It sharpened the effect of fear and noise. It made shell shock more likely and made recovery slower. In a civilian setting, the remedy would be removal from exposure and regular sleep for weeks. In a trench, the remedy was a quieter night that might not come. In the end, noise and lack of sleep did not stop work by themselves. They cut margins. They turned good drills into adequate ones and adequate ones into failures. They made a sentry a second slow to reach a mask. They made a runner forget a junction. They made a repair party miss a crack that later collapsed. This slow pressure was one of the system's main tools. It did not announce itself with a single event, and it did not show on a map. It registered in the time it took to do anything and in the mistakes that crept into tasks that men had done 100 times. Food reached the front as a plan, not as a meal. Field kitchens cooked in the support area where flames and smoke drew less fire. They used large pots, portable stoves, and insulated containers to hold heat. Ration parties carried these containers forward at night along marked routes. A shell burst or a blocked trench delayed them or forced them to halt until flares died. When the containers finally reached the bays, food was warm if the route had been short and quiet. More often, it was lukewarm or cold. On some nights, it never arrived. The baseline ration was heavy on calories and light on freshness. Bread or hard biscuit provided bulk. Tinned meat offered protein and fat. Jam and sugar added energy and taste. Tea or coffee powder appeared in most packs because hot, sweet drinks lifted morale, and warmed hands. Fresh meat and vegetables came in rest periods and in seasons when supply lines worked. They rarely reached the first line. When they did, cooks prepared stews that tolerated cooling and reheating, and that hid minor spoilage with salt and spice. The design principle was consistency and shelf life, not variety. Men ate where they stood or sat. Dugouts too small for tables forced balancing a mess tin on a knee, while boots stayed laced for a quick move. A spoon and a knife did most of the work. Hygiene was limited to a quick rinse of the tin with canteen water and a wipe with a cloth already used for other tasks. Fuel for cooking at the front was a risk. Small stoves burned solid fuel or paraffin. They gave off smell and light. In many sectors, small fires were banned near the parapet for that reason. Hot food was then an event tied to a lull. Cold food was normal. Water followed its own chain. Large cans and canvas tanks collected it from wells, standpipes, or tankers in the rear. Units treated it with boiling, chlorination, or both. Treatment required time and fuel. When schedules tightened, chlorination alone had to do the job. Chlorinated water tasted flat or chemical. Men drank it because orders said so and because no safe alternative existed. On hard nights, some looked for running water in shell holes or ditches and paid with stomach cramps later. The rule was clear: only issue water. The practice bent when thirst and work grew. Hot drinks mattered more than their calories. Tea or coffee required a fire and a pause. The pause warmed hands and let men sit. Heat brought back some feeling to fingers and faces after a watch. Sugar added quick energy and soothed a sour stomach after hours of damp and cold. Commanders scheduled tea issues around work details when possible. Artillery sometimes set harassing fire on known tea hours to spoil the plan. A unit adapted by shifting time and by carrying dry fuel blocks to light for a few minutes in a sheltered angle. Monotony brought its own problems. Tinned meat repeated day after day. Bread grew stale. Hard biscuit broke teeth already loosened by poor gum health. Jam coated the mouth and no longer felt like a treat after the 10th day. Appetite fell in heat and in periods of stress. A man who ate less than his ration for a week lost weight he could not spare. Strength on carry routes declined. Tolerance for cold declined. Minor wounds healed slower. Medical officers saw this and pressed cooks to vary meals with onions, potatoes, and any fresh items available. Supply decided whether that request meant anything at the front. Salt intake matched the food on offer more than the weather. In summer, sweat ran and salt left the body, but rations did not always compensate. In winter, salt preserved meat and soup, but thirst rose while water was scarce. Men took to drinking tea strong and sweet to mask taste and to push fluids. This compensated for dehydration at the cost of sleep when issued close to a watch. The trade was accepted. A man who shivered at a post needed warmth more than he needed deep sleep. Alcohol appeared by policy in some armies and by practice in others. A rum ration, wine, or a spirit given before or after a task had several purposes. It marked time, it steadied hands, it rewarded work, it also dulled judgment when overused. Senior non-commissioned officers controlled issue and timing. Many units tied alcohol to dawn, stand to, or to the return from a carry. Medical officers warned about masking early signs of hypothermia and about increased risk of accidents on ladders and duckboards. In cold weather and during bombardments, men often valued the short warmth more than the warnings. The effect on discipline depended on dose and habit. Small issues improved compliance with hard orders. Larger issues created fights, falls, and missed alerts. Cooks worked with what transport could deliver. Meat arrived frozen and tough in winter or warm and risky in summer. Vegetables arrived bruised after long hauls on rough roads. Fuel arrived in tins, boxes, or not at all after shelling cut a road. Equipment failed under strain, lids warped, insulation lost its seal. A lid that leaked turned a hot stew into a cold, greasy film by the time it reached the line. Spare parts were scarce. Improvisation with wire and scrap worked until it did not. The quality of a day's food reflected this chain more than any recipe. Ration parties carried forward food and water, while carrying parties moved ammunition and engineering stores. Priority sometimes shifted to boxes that kept the trench from failing during the next bombardment. Food then waited. When it arrived hours late, men ate in a hurry, and indigestion followed. Water tins punctured by fragments leaked unseen and left a section short the next day. Men then rationed sips and developed headaches and cramps under load. The line between enough and not enough was thin and changed with weather and workload. Fuel scarcity limited boiling for safety. Boiling water for drinks and for washing reduced disease. It also consumed time and fuel. Under pressure, units saved fuel for tea and skipped washing. Mess tins shared smells and residues. A soldier who had eaten tinned fish at noon tasted it again at night with stew because he had rinsed with cold, dirty water. Many accepted this as normal. Only during rest periods did full cleaning return. The pattern of disease followed the pattern of cleaning and the pattern of rain. Food carried risk beyond microbes. Fragments tore through containers and left slivers of metal in stews. Dust settled into open pots during serving under bombardment. Fuel spills tainted water cans and left a film that no one could fully wash away in the field. In some sectors, supply used reused containers and marked them poorly. A water can that had held kerosene days before carried a taint even after scrubbing. Men learned to smell and reject the worst cases when they had a choice. Often they did not. Nutrition affected mood and decision-making. High sugar and fat without variety led to short bursts of energy and long troughs. Lack of fresh food altered gums and skin and made infections more likely. Vitamin supplements were rare. Fresh deliveries during rest periods improved health for a week, and then the front pulled bodies back to the same baseline. Those who carried heavy loads or worked pumps and shovels for hours needed more calories. Ration scales did not always adjust. They ate their portion and kept moving. Discipline around food and water matched discipline in other tasks. Containers were counted, routes were fixed and rehearsed. Serving points were set to avoid crowding under likely arcs. Men ate in place with weapons ready or in small groups behind cover. Waste was kept down because any scrap drew rats and because the next day might bring a shortage. Complaints about cold stew and stale bread were real and constant. The answer from sergeants was direct: eat now, work now. Warm meals and better food would come in the next rotation if the line held and if the roads stayed open. Where kitchens could push forward a hot meal, performance changed. A liter of thick stew and a mug of hot tea raised body temperature and morale in minutes. Fingers worked better. Small tasks went faster. Sentries stood without constant stamping to keep blood moving. Commanders knew this and risked runs during lulls. Shells that fell on a serving line wasted hours of work and punished morale beyond the loss of calories. The scene repeated often enough to shape schedules: move early, keep serving points dispersed, close quickly at the first sign of registration. Water discipline under fire meant accepting thirst at times. Men were told to drink at set moments and to avoid draining canteens early in a shift. They learned to wet lips, to hold water in the mouth before swallowing, and to ration sips across hours. On hot days in summer, this discipline felt like punishment. On cold days in winter, men avoided drinking to reduce trips to latrines at night and then developed headaches and cramps that made work harder. The correct balance was rarely reached. The environment and the threat forced bad choices. In the rear, food looked normal for short periods. Bread was fresh. Meat was cooked on proper stoves. There was time to sit. Men ate more and felt better for a day. The next tour at the front reset conditions to cold food, irregular hours, and water that tasted of chlorine. The body adapted to the switch the way it adapted to noise, by lowering standards and by paying with slower recovery. Over a long campaign, the cost showed as weight loss, poorer wound healing, dental decay, and shorter tempers. Food and water at the front were not an afterthought. They were a central task resisted by the same enemies as every other task: distance, mud, shell fire, and time. The ideal was a hot, safe meal and plenty of safe water on a schedule. The normal was a cold ration and enough water to get through a watch, delivered late and eaten fast. Units that managed to do better did so through strict organization, steady roads, and luck with the weather and the guns. Even then, a single hit on a communication trench turned a hot supper for a company into a memory and into another cold night. Weather controlled effort as much as enemy action. Rain softened trenches, filled shell holes, and added weight to every layer of clothing. Wool coats absorbed water and held it. Puttees trapped moisture against the shins. Leather boots soaked through its seams and stayed wet for days without a fire. Work that required a trip up a ladder or a crawl along a narrow traverse took more energy when clothing clung and when each step lifted a kilogram of water. Men learned to shake sleeves, wring gloves, and scrape mud from soles at each pause. It saved small amounts of weight and reduced slips on duckboards, but it did not make garments dry. Cold did not need deep snow to injure. Wet wind stripped heat from hands and faces. A sentry who stood still on a firing step for an hour lost sensation in fingers and feet, even when the air temperature sat only a few degrees above freezing. Hypothermia began quietly, speech slowed, decision-making dulled, hands fumbled at straps and buckles. In very low temperatures measured in tens of degrees Celsius below freezing, exposed skin froze in minutes. Frostbite took ears, noses, fingers, and toes when circulation was already limited by tight puttees, boots a size too small, or long immobility at a post. Prevention required movement, windbreaks, dry socks, and gloves that stayed dry. The trench could rarely supply more than 2 of those at once. Snow added light and noise discipline problems. Frost made ground ring under boots and carried sound farther at night. White fields reflected light from flares and made shadows sharp. Many units used makeshift snow covers over helmets and shoulders to break shape. The covers soaked quickly and froze into stiff plates that cracked when a man bent. Weapons failed in the cold when oil thickened and bolts turned sluggish. Orders then required dry wiping and minimal lubrication. That reduced jamming, but increased wear and rust when weather changed again. Men carried small brushes and rags and cleaned parts at every lull. Drying clothing demanded heat and time. Braziers and stoves worked in deep dugouts and in rear billets. In forward bays, open flame risked drawing fire and consumed scarce fuel. Socks hung from lines above bunks when space allowed. Gloves sat under tunics to borrow body heat. Boots were stuffed with dry straw or paper to pull out moisture. None of this completed the job in a single night if the next watch began after a short rest. Greatcoats could take days to dry in winter. Men rotated the least wet gear to the sentry, then returned with it heavier than before. Footwear became a constant repair project. Nails worked loose from soles. Hobnails wore down to smooth metal that slid on wet boards. Heels separated under strain from ladders and from lifting loads. Dubbin and grease kept leather supple and repelled water for a time. They also collected grit and filth that cut stitching. Rubberized trench boots and hip waders appeared in the wettest sectors and helped for hours. They trapped sweat, softened skin, and led to maceration if worn too long. The correct balance between waterproofing and breathability did not exist in the materials of the time. Men traded one problem for another and chose based on the day's task. Wind-shaped exposure. A steady wind from the enemy line carried chill and, at times, gas. A roll in the ground that broke the wind became a valued spot for a sentry, even if it offered less view. In storms, tarpaulins and ground sheets flapped and gave away positions with sound. They also tore free and vanished into the night. Engineers issued wire to lash covers tight. The wire cut hands in cold and added one more small injury that healed slowly. Where lines ran through woods, branches fell under wet snow and blocked paths. Clearing them took time with saws that stuck in frozen sap. Summer changed the list of problems without reducing risk. Heat built inside trenches that offered little breeze. Men worked with collars open and sleeves rolled, then burned forearms and necks. Sunburn blistered skin and made straps and packs painful to carry. Helmets trapped heat, but could not be removed near the parapet. Heat rash under packs and belts spread and itched. Chafing under arms and between thighs opened raw patches that bled and invited infection. Salt lost in sweat was not fully replaced by rations. Cramps hit men hauling ammunition or pumps. Water discipline collided with thirst. Those who drank too little developed headaches and confusion. Those who drank from unsafe sources paid later with diarrhea. Heat also affected equipment. Oils thinned and ran. Wood swelled and then cracked after a cool night. Canvas slings stretched. Ammunition belts warped when left in direct sun and jammed in feed blocks. Food spoiled faster. Tins left open during a serving cooled to a film that flies covered in minutes. Smell intensified across the sector. Latrines, refuse pits, and the sweet odor from bodies in no man's land. Flies and wasps found any uncovered liquid. Cooks covered pots with cloths that had to be washed and rarely were. Men ate fast to beat the insects and then worked with stomachs that turned under the heat. Spring and autumn combined the worst features of both extremes. Sudden downpours soaked men an hour before a night task. A warm afternoon turned to a cold fog at dusk, and coats chosen for comfort at noon became necessary for survival by midnight. The ground looked firm and then gave way where a drain had failed. A man who left his dugout dressed for rain could return covered in clay and shaking from a chill that began during a 10-minute stand to under wind. Commanders ordered extra layers and then had to accept slower movement and more fatigue. Clothing issue tried to keep up. Quartermasters distributed extra socks, sweaters, gloves, scarves, and oilskin capes when available. Sizes rarely matched need. Men swapped in the ranks to find a workable fit. Tailors and cobblers in the rear patched elbows, reseated buttons, and resoled boots. Gas exposure ruined leather and cloth and multiplied demand for replacements. Mustard contamination forced burning of garments that looked intact. Supply could not always replace what was destroyed, and men returned to the line in older items that failed sooner. Design changes arrived unevenly. Long coats kept legs warmer at a post, but caught on wire and soaked up mud during movement. Shorter tunics freed knees for climbing and dried faster, but left thighs cold and wet on a firing step. Gloves with fingers offered dexterity, but got wet and stayed wet. Mitts stayed warmer, but made small tasks clumsy. Scarves and balaclavas warmed faces and ears and hid breath in cold air, which mattered under observation. They also muffled speech. Each choice favored one task and hindered another. A man spent most hours wearing what he owned, not what would be ideal at each minute. Headgear evolved from cloth caps to steel helmets. Helmets saved lives from shrapnel and falling debris. They also collected heat in summer and chilled to the touch in winter. Sweat ran into eyes. In cold, the rim froze and stuck to wet skin if not handled with care. Liners absorbed moisture and smelled. Men padded rims with cloth and adjusted fit with string. A helmet that rocked on the head under a blast could cut skin or fall forward over the eyes at a climb. Adjustments were constant. Rain capes and ground sheets worked as shelter and as baggage. Spread over a bay, they kept a small area dry for a time. Worn on the move, they channeled water toward the hips and then into boots. They flapped in wind and tangled in wire at ladders. Troops cut them shorter to avoid snagging and lost coverage. Others wore them under packs to keep backs dry, then found that sweat accumulated underneath and soaked clothing anyway. Many carried a ground sheet rolled behind the shoulders as a standard load. It added weight and paid off only if a lull allowed its use. Cold weather heated the debate about fires. A brazier in a deep dugout dried socks, warmed hands, and boosted morale. It also ate fuel and oxygen and filled the space with smoke that made eyes water and lungs burn. At night, any light leak risked observation. Orders required strict light discipline. Men pinned blankets over entrances and checked seams. The same blankets held damp and bred mildew. In some sectors, commanders banned fires entirely in forward trenches for months. Men then warmed hands by friction and learned to change socks with fingers that no longer felt cloth. The body adapted to weather through routine. Change socks at every chance. Grease feet and heels. Wear a scarf at night even in mild weather because wind rises before dawn. Loosen puttees during rest to allow circulation and tighten them before movement. Keep one set of dry underclothes wrapped in oiled paper for emergencies. Keep a spare pair of laces because wet laces rot and break when a ladder must be climbed. Tie mitts to sleeves to avoid losing them in the dark. These rules prevented injuries in proportion to how well a unit could spare time and material to follow them. Weather exposed hierarchy in quiet ways. Men at the front line took the wettest watches and wore the heaviest mud. Men in support lines had more chances to dry gear and to sleep without boots. Carrying parties caught the worst of both. Exertion that soaked clothes and weights in open places where wind cut heat. Leaders rotated tasks to share exposure when possible. Even distribution did not change the fact that a sector with poor drainage and constant wind produced more sickness and more injuries than a sector with chalk soil and shelter. Luck of assignment mattered. Clothing and weather combined with other threats. A mask strap pulled over a wet scarf slipped. Fogged eyepieces fogged faster in cold drizzle. A heavy, soaked greatcoat slowed a man crossing a lane under a brief, precious pause in machine gun fire. A man who had warmed stiff hands at a brazier had to choose between leaving it burning and losing the heat for everyone or stopping to smother it while a runner waited outside. Each moment balanced comfort against survival and against discipline. In sum, weather and clothing did not form a separate chapter of life at the front. They were part of every task. The same trench could exhaust men through cold and wet in winter and through heat and thirst in summer. The same coat could save heat at a post and cost seconds on a ladder. The same pair of socks could prevent trench foot if dry and cause it if wet. Without modern waterproof breathable fabrics, insulated boots, rapid laundry, and controlled shelters, men lived inside the climate as it shifted hour by hour and paid for each shift with energy, attention, and, at times, tissue. Routine replaced any idea of a single decisive moment. The line ran on work details that began at dusk and ended near dawn. Ammunition moved first. Boxes of rifle cartridges, grenades, mortar bombs, and flares came forward along zigzag routes. Each box had to be lifted, carried, passed around a collapsed angle, and stacked under cover. A single burst scattered splinters through the stack and forced men to separate intact from damaged in the dark. Water followed in tins that leaked if a seam had split. Food arrived last because ammunition had priority. The same men who had stood to at dusk lifted each load and returned for another in boots that slid on wet boards. Repair competed with supply. Parapets slumped after rain and shelling. Men filled sandbags, tied them with cold fingers, and built the face back to a safe height one bag at a time. Revetments bowed where the ground had moved. Pickets had to be reset under a thin film of light that a sentry guarded with a blanket. Duckboards broke and dropped feet into sumps. A section pulled the broken board, fitted a new one, and marked the soft spots with a stake. Sumps clogged and needed to be cleared. Buckets moved in a line that did not stop until arms failed. None of this counted as special. It was the price of keeping the trench from failing around its occupants. Camouflage took hours that few noticed. Bright tin, pale fresh wood, and straight edges were covered or cut. Nets went up over exposed bays. Mud and soot darkened helmets and equipment that caught the eye. In winter, units whitewashed canvas and boards and wrapped helmets in cloth. By day, movement in the open dropped to near zero, so disguises were placed at night, with the risk that a flare would show a ladder against the skyline and draw a short burst. Every item not camouflaged drew a progressive tax in the form of attention and fire. Every item camouflaged still demanded checking after weather, and shelling changed the scene. Observation did not end with a glance over a parapet. Men drafted range cards that listed landmarks, bearings, and distances. They learned the notch in a hedge that framed a road and the broken tree that marked a fold of ground. Sentries logged unusual noises and changes. A new post appeared on a skyline. A faint track crossed a patch of grass that had looked smooth the day before. Patrol leaders needed these notes to choose routes and times. Machine gun crews used them to set fixed lines and to adjust for grazing fire. Artillery observers used them to place corrections when one more shell fell long or short. Accuracy came from repetition and from writing, not from a single moment of inspiration. Telephone lines ran along the trench and back into the support area. They broke in every bombardment and sometimes under rain alone. Line parties followed the route by memory and by touch, and spliced breaks in the dark with knives and clamps. They paid for speed with exposure because telephone poles, junctions, and open corners drew fire. When the lines worked, orders moved as voice. When they failed, runners carried slips of paper with coordinates, times, and codes that had to be copied without error by candle in a dugout that shook under near misses. Listening posts and patrols filled the hours outside the trench. 2 or 3 men crawled out to shallow saps or to shell holes that touched the enemy wire. They took turns watching and resting. They carried grenades, wire cutters, a compass, and a length of cord to tug in an alarm. They counted pickets, felt for new strands, and tried to hear low voices under wind. Patrols that went beyond listening aimed to capture a prisoner for identification or to check enemy wire depth. They moved slowly, froze under flares, and retreated by a different path than the one used to approach. Commanders judged success in small terms: a scrap of uniform, a cap badge, A few words overheard, a lane measured with a stick. Failure came as a shout, a flare, and a rush of machine gun fire that pinned men until dawn. Weapons maintenance took time every day. Mud clogged muzzles and chambers. Oil turned to paste in cold and drew grit in heat. Bolts were stripped and wiped on rags that were already dirty. Grenades were checked for loose pins and for cracked bodies. Fuses were stored dry and counted. Mortar crews cleaned tubes and checked base plates that had shifted under recoil in wet ground. Machine gun belts were brushed free of grit and laid in boxes that crews guarded from leaks. Any lapse became a stoppage or a misfire at a moment when a second counted. Gas discipline added its own list. Masks were inspected for cracked valves and for tears at the seal. Filters stayed dry and within reach. Men practiced donning until hands found straps without thought. Eyepieces were treated to reduce fogging. After any alarm, dugouts were aired and checked with detectors before masks came off. Contaminated sandbags and boards were removed or marked. Mustard on a sleeve or a glove forced the disposal of a garment that supply might not replace soon. The work slowed other work, and still it came first because a single mistake injured a whole bay. Training did not stop at the front. Non-commissioned officers drilled hand signals for silent movement at night, rehearsed the order of march for a carry, and walked men along new paths until each knew the sequence of turns. Engineers taught how to lay wire quietly and how to build splinter screens from scant materials. Medical orderlies trained men to apply field dressings, to use morphine carefully, and to tag wounded with time and dose. Mask drills, grenade drills, ladder drills, and evacuation drills rotated through a week that already had no empty hours. Salvage and burial parties worked whenever the line allowed. Useful timber and corrugated iron were pulled from ruins and from old trenches. Wire and pickets were collected, straightened, and reused. Bodies in the trench and in nearby shell holes were moved to marked sites. Identification discs, papers, and small effects were gathered and logged. Work paused for shelling and resumed when possible. It was grim, repetitive, and necessary. It kept health risks down and kept supply moving toward tasks that could not wait. Rest in the support area did not match the word at home. Men cleaned gear, repaired clothing, and went to delousing and bathing in long queues. They drilled and received new equipment. They rehearsed upcoming raids and carried timber, wire, and ammunition forward to dumps that served the next rotation in. They slept longer than at the front, but woke early for parades and inspections. Kitchens used the time to deliver hot meals. Medical checks pulled men in and returned some to duty. A few went to leave. Most turned around in days and marched forward along the same roads under the same intermittent shelling. Fatigue accumulated because none of these tasks were optional. A day without carries starved a line of ammunition and water. A night without repairs left a trench that failed under the next bombardment. A missed mask drill increased risk during the next gas program. A skipped inspection of weapons raised the chance of a stoppage when a lane through wire opened for seconds. Supervisors kept lists, assigned details, and enforced standards with voices already hoarse from shouting over wind and shell bursts. The work was not glorious. It was steady and close to the ground, and it filled every hour. The picture of courage looked different in this routine. It was a man who finished a carry under harassing fire and then turned to repair a collapsed traverse. It was a sentry who held a watch in rain, then crawled to a listening post and lay still for 2 hours, then returned to help pass water tins forward. It was a runner who took a message along a route he knew was registered and chose the right moment to cross a gap. These acts did not appear in dispatches. They kept the trench system functioning in a place designed to make normal function fail. Recovery rarely matched demand. Sleep came in broken pieces. Hot food arrived in windows that closed without notice. Clean clothes appeared in batches that did not fit or that ran out before a company reached the front of the line. Medical care fixed what it could in minutes and sent the rest back along slow paths. Bodies adapted by lowering expectations and by building habits that saved seconds. Minds adapted by narrowing focus to the next task. The cost appeared later as loss of weight, chronic pain, and a reduced ability to tolerate noise and sudden light. The routine was the war. It consumed nights and filled days with preparation for danger that might or might not arrive. It rewarded those who repeated small, careful actions under strain. It punished any lapse with injury to self or to others. In such a system, the idea of a single heroic moment gave way to the reality of persistent effort that kept everyone alive until rotation or until luck ran out. A wound started a race against mud, cold, and time. First aid came from the man himself or from the comrade closest to him. Each carried a field dressing in a waterproof cover pinned inside the tunic. The first step was pressure. A bandage went on through cloth already wet with rain and dirt. A tourniquet was used when bleeding could not be checked by direct pressure, with a note tied to the man's clothing showing the time. Morphine from a syringe or ampoule eased pain and slowed movement. The dose and hour were marked on a tag to prevent repetition. In gas conditions, masks stayed on until a trained man ordered removal. Mustard contamination forced stripping of outer garments before helpers absorbed the same agent through skin. Stretcher bearers belonged to companies and to medical sections. They learned routes by heart and moved in pairs or teams. A standard stretcher weighed little when dry and much when caked with mud. 2 men could carry in a trench for short distances under fire. 4 were better in open ground and over broken slopes. Under barrage, bearers crawled and dragged, then rose for a few steps, then dropped again. The path to the nearest aid post was often longer than the map suggested because a collapsed traverse or a crater forced detours. Every transfer point, ladder, step, narrow turn, risked a fall that converted a survivable wound into a fatal one. Relay posts were marked along communication trenches and at the edges of strong points. Bearers rested there, traded places, and checked dressings. Nights with heavy work turned relay posts into small heaps of stretchers, men, and tins, all of it jolted by near misses and lit by flares. Bearers wore Red Cross brassards and carried small lamps with hoods. Both offered limited protection and limited light. Shelling did not always spare a marked aid route. A box barrage set around a sector trapped wounded in shell holes until dawn. Some died of bleeding and exposure before any bearer could cross 50 meters of watched ground. The first formal station was the regimental aid post, usually in a dugout, cellar, or reinforced shelter just behind the line. A medical officer and orderlies cut away clothing, controlled bleeding, splinted fractures, and cleared airways with finger and cloth. Iodine or other antiseptics went onto wounds after visible dirt, and cloth were lifted away. With no antibiotics, early debridement and cleanliness were the main tools to prevent infection. Thomas splints, introduced widely during the war, stabilized thigh fractures and cut mortality from hemorrhage and shock when applied promptly. Men with chest wounds received bulky dressings and were kept half-seated to ease breathing. Gas cases were stripped, washed if water and time existed, and placed where air moved. Phosgene exposures needed quiet and observation for delayed collapse. From the aid post, casualties moved to an advanced dressing station farther back along sunken roads or light rail spurs. Horse-drawn ambulances and later motor ambulances carried those who could be loaded. When roads were under observation, stretcher relays continued in short bounds from shell hole to hedge and from cellar to culvert. At the dressing station, surgeons expanded the first care. Wounds were irrigated, foreign material removed, and edges trimmed. Carel-Dakin solution and other antiseptic irrigations were used to bathe contaminated tissue. Tetanus antitoxin reduced one source of later death where issued. X-ray units existed at some facilities and helped locate fragments and shattered bone ends. Availability varied with sector and month. Triage sorted men by urgency and likely benefit. Immediate cases went first to the theater: hemorrhage, airway, and major fractures that could be stabilized. Delayed cases waited under blankets with tea if available. Minimal cases were dressed and returned to duty or sent farther back when space allowed. Expectant cases, severe head injury, multiple abdominal wounds with profound shock, received morphine and warmth and remained under observation. These decisions were practical and harsh. They were made while shells fell on nearby roads and while a backlog at the door lengthened. A triage tag followed each man and recorded identity, injury, treatment given, and time. Without that record, repeated doses and missed interventions were common in the churn. Casualty clearing stations near railheads or canal landings handled surgery at scale. Ether, chloroform, and spinal anesthesia were used according to the case and the skill of the team. Surgeons excised devitalized tissue, tied bleeding vessels, drained wounds, and left openings for dressings rather than closing contaminated wounds tight. Abdominal surgery faced poor odds without antibiotics. Survival improved when shock was corrected early with fluids and warmth, and when transport to a base hospital was rapid. Blood transfusion practice matured during the war. Even limited, timely transfusion changed survival for shock and major hemorrhage. The supply depended on donors, storage, and equipment that were not always at hand close to the front. Infection remained the common enemy. Gas gangrene spread fast in crushed, dirty muscle. The smell, crepitus under skin, and sudden systemic collapse signaled a fight measured in hours. Radical debridement and amputation saved some. Many died despite speed. Septicemia developed days later from smaller wounds that had seemed simple when first dressed. Dressing stations smelled of antiseptic, smoke, and the sour odor of infected cloth. Nurses and orderlies worked by routine, change dressings, record temperature and pulse, feed those who could eat, water those who could not, and keep men warm. Heat alone saved lives by turning shiver into sleep and by halting the slide into shock. Transport beyond the clearing stations used hospital trains, barges, and ships. Trains offered steady movement, but shook wounds and raised pain with every coupling and break. Barges moved quietly and allowed more space. They were slow and vulnerable to weather and to damage on canals. At ports, base hospitals had better lighting, more staff, and surgeons with narrower specialties. There, after the crisis had passed, bone was plated or wired, skin grafted, and jaws set. Dentistry and maxillofacial surgery advanced to meet the blast and fragment patterns of the war. Ophthalmologists treated shrapnel and gas injuries to eyes. Convalescence measured in weeks or months followed if infection stayed controlled. Not every leg of evacuation was linear. Roads closed under fire. Stations moved overnight. A battalion switched sectors and left casualties with a different medical chain. Records were lost in mud or fire. A man might arrive at a base hospital with only a name scratched on a board tied to his blanket. Families received delayed notices because paperwork had followed the wrong unit. Medical officers fought confusion with tags, copies, and a habit of speaking each man's name aloud when possible to fix identity in memory and on paper. Cold and wet complicated every step. A wounded man lost heat fast, lying in mud. Bearers carried extra blankets and hot water bottles when supply allowed. Aid posts heated stones and wrapped them to place against sides. Stoves in dugouts burned low to keep light hidden, but offered enough warmth to stop teeth chattering. Hypothermia sharpened shock. Warmth, tea, and quiet made as much difference as a knife or a splint during the first hours. In summer, flies and dust attacked dressings. Orderlies fanned, covered, and changed cloth as often as stock allowed. One shortage, clean water for washing, undid much of this work. Gas casualties formed a separate stream. Chlorine burns of the airway needed rest, oxygen when available, and protection from cold air. Phosgene required quiet and observation because deterioration often came after a deceptive lull. Mustard patients needed decontamination, pain control, and darkness for eyes that could not tolerate light. Clothing and blankets became waste once soaked with mustard. Disposal had to be managed to protect orderlies and to keep contamination from moving forward with the next batch of stretchers. Shell shock patients entered the chain irregularly. Some walked in from the line staring and mute. Some were carried, trembling and unresponsive, after a bombardment. Early evacuation far from the front often fixed little and filled beds that surgical cases needed. Later, many armies placed forward rest centers staffed by medical officers who offered sleep, food, simple tasks, and brief talk. A portion of men returned to duty after days. Others were sent back for longer treatment. The decision balanced compassion with an army's need for numbers. It was made under pressure and with incomplete knowledge of outcomes. Discipline and small tools improved survival. The habit of checking tourniquets and loosening them when bleeding had stopped prevented limb loss. The habit of marking morphine doses prevented respiratory failure. The habit of fitting a Thomas splint in the aid post saved minutes and reduced bleeding during the long carry. The habit of tagging a gas casualty with time of exposure and type of agent guided later care. Each was taught in drills and repeated at parades behind the lines because, under fire, hands went where training had put them before. Medical sites were targeted despite markings or by accident. A red cross on a roof did not guarantee safety when batteries fired by MAP or when aircraft bombed roads and rail yards that ran past aid stations. Many posts buried orderlies and patients more than once in the same month. The work resumed after shovels cleared a door and after bodies were moved. The station had to reopen because the next convoy was already on the way. The routine of medicine became like the routine of trench repair, repetitive, necessary, and performed under the same threats. For those who survived the initial wound and transport, the war continued in another form. Pain woke at night. Dressing stuck. Fevers rose and fell. Letters home were written in shaky hands. Limbs were lost and then learned anew with crude prosthetics that chafed and bled. Lungs injured by gas and dust did not clear. Hearing returned partly or not at all. Men went back to the line with scars and with movement that felt reduced but adequate. Many could not return. The system measured success in numbers moved through each echelon. The individual measured it in the next breath without pain and in the next day without fever. The chain of care worked when drills, supplies, weather, and luck aligned. It failed when any link broke. Even then, small acts saved lives. A bearer who found a shorter route through a ruined garden, an orderly who warmed tea while shells fell, a surgeon who excised a little wider into gray, devitalized tissue, a clerk who rewrote a tag so a family would know. None of these changed the scale of the war. They changed outcomes for single bodies and single names, and kept the machinery of care moving in the same hostile ground that created its workload. Discipline held the line together when the ground and the fire tried to break it apart. Orders under bombardment were not complicated. Hold this bay, repair that traverse, carry ammunition to this point by this hour, keep masks ready, maintain spacing, keep silence. The problem was not understanding, it was execution when noise erased speech, when fear pressed bodies toward the same patch of cover, and when fatigue made small tasks clumsy. Leaders enforced simple rules because simple rules were the only ones that survived contact with the conditions. Responsibility moved down the chain until it rested on a corporal with a section of men who knew each other by gait in the dark. He posted sentries and checked them. He counted water tins and ammunition boxes before a carry and again at the dump. He walked the parapet at night to listen for wire cutting, to feel wind shifts that brought gas, and to pull men down when they raised heads too high on the firing step. He decided who went to the listening post and who stayed to work on the sump. He was judged by whether his section was ready when a signal flare called for an SOS, and by whether his men returned from a patrol with everyone accounted for. Platoon and company officers carried related burdens. They balanced orders from above with the ground under their boots. They refused unsafe tasks when a route was already registered, and a short delay would mean fewer dead. They insisted on unsafe tasks when a gap in the parapet drew repeated fire and risked collapse. They signed ration returns and sick lists, and then led wiring parties and raids. They kept their voices flat under shelling because tone traveled farther than words. Their authority depended on competence and on consistency more than on rank alone. Men followed those who set clear tasks, took risks with them, and did not waste lives with show. Discipline in the line was functional. It kept bodies spaced. It kept light covered. It kept the mask within reach. It kept a sentry awake at 4 in the morning when wind and cold and monotony pushed his head toward his chest. It punished lapses that killed others, drinking on duty, sleeping at a post, showing light, firing without orders, handling grenades carelessly, leaving a lane through wire unmarked, abandoning a position without command. Many armies allowed summary penalties for minor offenses at company level: extra fatigues, loss of pay, confinement to quarters during rest, and withdrawal of leave. These were not symbolic. Extra fatigues meant more hours on ladders and sump lines. Loss of leave meant no relief from noise and mud when a turn finally came. More serious offenses went to formal courts-martial: insubordination, desertion, leaving a post in the face of the enemy, self-inflicted wounds, and repeated refusal to obey orders were treated as crimes because they endangered the unit. Self-inflicted wounds were investigated with suspicion because a rifle wound through a hand on the wrong angle, powder burns at close range, or an injury that appeared just before a planned attack could point to intent. Proof was uneven under field conditions. Judgment sometimes reflected need as much as evidence. Penalties ranged from hard labor and long imprisonment to, in extreme cases and in some armies, execution after sentence. The fact of that possibility hung over men who wanted to run and over leaders who had to hold them. It also sat uncomfortably beside the clear truth that fear and exhaustion, not malice, drove many lapses. Unauthorized withdrawal covered a wide range of acts. A man who crawled from a bay under box barrage without orders risked court-martial if he was seen. A section that drifted back a few meters to avoid a suspected mine crater under observation could be accused of leaving a position if officers found them out of line. At the same time, a measured, ordered retirement saved lives when a trench segment was enfiladed by a new gun. The distinction came down to timing, and to whether someone with authority had signaled it. Leaders learned to give clear instructions about fallback lines and about who gave the signal, because men under fire sought cover by instinct and later faced questions in quiet rooms. Group pressure worked faster than formal punishment. A section depended on each member for carries, watches, and work. An absent man increased the load for others. A man who froze on a ladder blocked a route under fire. A man who ignored mask drill forced his mates to choose between helping him and fitting their own masks faster. The voice that cut through most of these moments was not always an officer's. It was a private who had carried with the same men for months, and who wanted his water when it was due, his relief on time, and his share of sleep. Fear of letting down a partner was more immediate than fear of a charge sheet. Discipline also protected the invisible systems that kept a trench alive. Ammunition accounting reduced stoppages and shortages. Waste discipline kept refuse covered, and latrines managed so disease did not have a platoon a week into a tour. Gas discipline saved whole bays. Noise discipline kept night work from drawing unnecessary fire. Mask drills, ladder drills, grenade drills, these were not rituals. They were practical measures that paid off in seconds, saved when seconds were scarce. Leaders enforced them even when a man rolled eyes at another rehearsal, because the rehearsal made hands move the right way when a mask strap snagged or a ladder rung was slick. Alcohol control sat inside the same frame. A small issue at dawn and at return from heavy work steadied men and marked time. More than that, degraded watchfulness, increased accidents, and inflamed small arguments into fights. Senior non-commissioned officers measured and served. They took the blame when a unit drifted into lax practice and dealt the penalties when a man appeared drunk on duty. The point was not moral, it was operational. A drunk man with a flare, a grenade, or a match near a gas-soaked sandbag endangered everyone. Courage and fear were treated as public matters, not private moods. Commendations and decorations existed, but daily recognition was simpler. A word from a sergeant in front of the section after a hard carry, a place held for a weary man at a brazier, a rotation adjusted to give a shaken sentry a different task for a few hours. The same public nature applied to failure. A man who slept at a post was named, marched before the company, and punished. Shame and example operated together. They did so under observation by men who had themselves hovered near failure during a long night. Mutinies and refusals happened when load and loss outpaced belief that leadership was competent and fair. When they came, they rarely looked like scenes from novels. They looked like men who obeyed orders to hold the line, but refused orders to return to an attack that had broken without gain. They looked like demands for rest, for rotation, for relief from a sector that had cost a company half its strength in a week. Commanders who regained control did so with a mix of enforcement and concession, arrests of ringleaders, promises of rotation, removal of an incompetent officer, and a public restatement of purpose. The details varied by army and by year. The constant was that men accepted risk when they believed tasks were necessary and leaders were accountable. Discipline extended to paper, nominal rolls, equipment ledgers, sick lists, ammunition tallies, and ration returns were maintained even under shelling. These records kept supply flowing and established who had been where and when. They also fed the machinery of reward and punishment. A missing name on a list could mean no rations found a man for a day. A line through a ledger entry could mean a docked pay packet for an item lost under shell fire. Clerks worked by candle and pencil behind blankets hung over doorways. Their work sustained or harmed men as surely as a shouted order did. Enforcement did not always require penalties. The most effective leaders explained the reason for a rule in a sentence and then showed that they followed it. Spread out because a single burst should not take all of you. Keep masks to hand because gas shells come without warning. No talking on the carry route because the enemy listens for paths. In a place where the environment taught its own lessons quickly, explanation aligned with experience. Men did what made sense and what they saw their leaders doing. They also watched for hypocrisy and remembered it. Some rules hurt while they helped. Spacing protected against fragments, but made men feel alone in darkness. Silent movement reduced detection, but increased collisions and falls. No lights preserved positions, but forced men to work by touch and to make mistakes that light would have prevented. Leaders adjusted by pairing men on dangerous tasks, by issuing ropes to link a carry, and by marking hazards with silent signs. Discipline provided the baseline. Small adaptations restored a little safety and a little trust. Punishment could not be the default tool because the front already punished bodies and minds. Leaders who relied on threat alone lost men to illness, to accidents, and to silent noncompliance. Leaders who relied on example and on fair distribution of unpleasant tasks kept units functional longer. Fairness did not mean ease. It meant that the same few did not draw the worst watches every week, that leave was allocated by a visible order, that praise and blame followed actions rather than favorites. In that context, formal penalties reinforced a shared standard. Outside it, they looked like a second enemy. In the end, discipline was the habit of doing necessary things under strain. It ran from how a man stacked sandbags to how a battalion rotated companies through a wet sector. It made possible the routines that carried ammunition, kept latrines workable, and put sentries on posts through the dead hours before dawn. It drew boundaries around fear and offered men a way to act while fear remained. Where it was strong and fair, units endured longer. Where it was weak or capricious, units frayed even before the next bombardment began. Communication linked intent to action only when tools and conditions allowed. Telephones were the main channel between front, support, and battalion headquarters. Lines ran along traverses, across communication trenches, and back to safer cellars. Shells cut them daily. Moisture bled signals to ground. Rats and boots damaged insulation. Line parties followed routes with reels of cable and field telephones. They spliced breaks with knives, clamps, and tape while flares burned and mortar bombs searched corners. Burying cable reduced breaks, but demanded labor and time. Overhead runs were faster to install and faster to lose. Voice on a wire carried speed and detail. It also carried risk. Enemy units tapped open lines by induction and heard movements, times, and map references. Signalers shifted to buzzers, codes, and later to instruments that reduced leakage. They kept messages short. They avoided names and avoided saying when and where large parties would move. None of this lasted when fatigue rose. Under pressure, men used plain speech because it was faster and because batteries were dying and lines were failing. Wireless sets were bulky and temperamental. Early spark transmitters revealed their presence to enemy direction finders. Interception and artillery followed. Later gear improved control and range, but still needed trained crews, antennas, and power in places that lacked all three. Wireless served higher headquarters better than frontline companies. It sent situation reports and received orders for days ahead. It was less useful for a platoon leader trying to shift a gun team under fire. Runners filled the gap. A runner carried a written message sealed in a wallet, repeated it verbally on delivery, and waited for a reply. He memorized turns and alternates. He knew where shelling had landed in the last hour. He moved by feel when flares washed the ground. Many messages required 2 or 3 runners on different routes to ensure one arrived. Casualties were common, delay was normal. A message that took 10 minutes by telephone took 40 minutes or more by runner under harassment. By the time a reply returned, the situation often had changed. Visual signals added redundancy. Lamps with shutters sent Morse at night from dugouts and strongpoints. Flags and discs did the same by day when observation allowed. Aircraft watched for ground panels laid in prearranged patterns and colors. Crews dropped weighted message bags on headquarters lawns and marked friendly positions with smoke or flares when requested. All of this required clear weather and line of sight. Fog, rain, smoke, and dust erased these options at the moments they were needed most. Pigeons carried messages reliably when other means failed. Lofts sat at battalion and brigade points. Each bird carried a capsule on the leg with a small roll of paper. Release boxes stood in company dugouts and in advanced posts. A pigeon flew home when released. Success rates were high when weather was calm and when shells were light. Birds were lost to fragments, to hawks, to exhaustion, and to gas. Handlers trained birds to ignore noise. They could not train them to fly through a box barrage. Even with losses, pigeons delivered information that saved units pinned without wire or runners. Whistles, horns, and rockets coordinated short actions. A whistle signaled the start of an attack. A set of colored rockets called for an SOS barrage or marked a reached objective. Sirens and gongs warned of gas. These signals were simple and fast. They were also ambiguous in chaos. Another unit's horn echoed down a trench. A single rocket color meant different things in different battalions. Smoke and light washed signals out at dawn. Leaders tried to reduce overlap by publishing tables and rehearsing meanings. They still saw misfires and missed cues. Maps and time sat under everything. Units needed the same grid references and the same watches to call fire and to meet a barrage that moved on a strict schedule. In practice, maps went out of date after one day of shelling. New craters erased old landmarks. Trenches shifted in name and in shape. Watches drifted. Some armies issued synchronizing orders with time checks 3 times a day. Even then, a few seconds of difference per hour grew into minutes by dawn on the day of an assault. A creeping barrage that advanced on time moved away from units that started late by a small margin at 0 hour and by a large margin at the third bound. Coordination across unit boundaries failed when liaison broke. A company that reached a village edge needed to know if the neighbor had cleared the orchard that flanked it. A runner sent to confirm found a fresh barrage across the lane. A telephone line back to battalion was live, but the battalion did not have the neighbor's latest report because its line had just failed. The company faced a choice without information: hold and risk enfilade, or push on and risk isolation. Many friendly fire incidents began with such gaps. Artillery fired to a map point that no longer matched ground truth. A smoke panel meant to mark a friendly line was not seen by the battery that controlled the fire. A unit that had advanced beyond the planned limit pulled fire down on itself by using an earlier code. Signals discipline tried to reduce these failures. Orders required duplicate messages by separate routes. Reports followed a format that placed location, time, and unit identity in the first line. Map coordinates were repeated and spelled out digit by digit. Prearranged on-call fires sat on known lines and needed only a code word. Artillery registered lanes for emergency support and taught infantry leaders the exact phrasing that brought those lanes alive. Each measure took training and practice. Each saved seconds when seconds mattered. The environment fought back, Bombardments cut every wire in a sector. Gas made men don masks and reduced speech to a muffled noise on telephones. Dust clogged instruments. Rain bled signals into ground and turned cable joins into weak points that failed as men tugged past. Night forced silence when metal on metal carried down a trench. Day exposed flags and panels to rifles and machine guns. A pigeon loft burned. A runner died in a shell hole a few meters from a turn that would have taken him to safety. The message in his wallet reached no one. Commanders adjusted by writing orders that survived isolation. Tasks were assigned with clear limits and clear fallback lines. If contact failed, a unit defended a named point or retired to a named trench at a named time. If the barrage moved beyond reach, units stopped and consolidated rather than chasing smoke. If a neighbor fell behind, units shifted a machine gun arc to cover a flank without asking. These habits limited losses when chaos stripped away higher control. They also required trust that neighboring units would do the same. Confusion created its own traffic. Duplicate orders arrived with different times. A runner bearing a cancellation reached a post after the original message had already been acted upon. Signalers transferred call signs and code tables in a hurry and left units with mismatched sheets. A new officer carried an old map. A captured trench had the same name as an uncaptured one on the other side of a hedge. Under stress, men said left and meant west, or pointed where the map showed a road that shelling had erased. Corrections followed and consumed the same routes and the same runners that movement and medical evacuation needed. Friendly aircraft reduced some of the uncertainty with contact patrols. Pilots flew low along front lines at set times and looked for signal panels and flares. They dropped messages to brigades about units seen in new positions. Ground commanders knew these reports were coarse but useful. They planned to use them only to confirm large movements, not to adjust platoons. Poor weather canceled this help. Smoke and dust after attacks made recognition unreliable. The cost of failure in communication appeared as wasted effort and wasted lives. A company that did not receive a hold order probed forward and met uncut wire. A battalion that did not learn of a delay launched on time and lost its first wave to short rounds from a barrage that had not moved. Artillery that did not receive a lift signal kept shells on a trench where friendly troops had already entered. None of these events were common in percentage terms. They were common enough across a long front over long months to shape behavior and caution. Orderly withdrawal of information from the front to the rear mattered as much as orders sent forward. After-action reports documented what had worked and what had failed. Signal officers filed logs of line breaks, of traffic volumes, and of delays. Recommendations followed. Bury more cable here, shift a relay there, change a call sign table, alter a rocket code that could be confused under flare light. Implementation took time and material. Improvements showed unevenly by sector and by army. Units learned fastest when they stayed in one area long enough to adapt their network and train to it. In the trench, the individual soldier experienced communication as a set of habits. Keep messages short and legible. Confirm names and times. Repeat map references back to the sender. Protect lines with sandbags where they cross obvious blast lanes. Lay cable along different routes in and out. Keep pigeons ready, but not overcrowded. Keep lamps shielded. Check batteries. Stay off the wire with idle chatter. These habits did not guarantee clarity. They made clarity more likely when blast, rain, and fear tried to erase it. Chaos remained part of the system. It was managed, not eliminated. The best days saw redundant paths open, watches matched, maps aligned, and messages delivered in time. The worst saw men act on out-of-date orders while new orders burned in the pocket of a dead runner. Between those poles lay the normal days of a positional war, enough connection to attempt coordinated action, enough friction to make every action slower and riskier than the plan on paper. Waiting took form as hours that did not move, and as minutes that broke everything open. A trench tour placed men in a narrow space where most days nothing visible changed. The line held. The enemy held. Work repeated. In that setting, the mind searched for signs to explain what could not be predicted. A single late round at dusk might mean a registration for an attack. It might mean nothing. A flare that hung longer than usual could be a signal. It could be a damp cartridge that burned slow. The brain tracked patterns and drew conclusions because action depended on those guesses. When guesses failed, the sense of control thinned. Boredom was not rest. It was a state of tension without outlet. A sentry looked over a parapet and saw the same broken tree and the same fence posts every hour. He listened for wire cutting and heard wind, rats, and his own breath inside a scarf. He could not read or talk on watch. He could not move far from his position. He waited for a sound that might or might not come, knowing that if it came, he had seconds to act. After a week, time stretched. Minutes felt longer near dawn. The watch hand on a pocket clock seemed to hang. The body stayed ready, while the mind searched for relief that did not arrive. That mismatch drained energy as surely as a march. Fear rose in small spikes and then settled into a constant low state. A single mortar thump turned backs cold and pulled shoulders in. A flare over a hollow froze a patrol just as a cramp hit a calf. The fear did not announce itself with shaking or shouting. It sat as a fast pulse and a tight jaw, and as a habit of scanning the same angles again and again. Men learned to carry on with that background level and to ignore the cost. The cost appeared when hands trembled at rest, when sleep fell in short bursts, and when appetite faded even in warm weather. Helplessness came from the scale of forces at work. A man could keep a rifle clean, a mask close, and a bay high. He could not stop a heavy shell that chose his corner or a gas shell that broke a seal with one drop of liquid on a strap. He could not make the road behind the line safe when an enemy battery decided to search it twice a night. He could not reach a friend in a shell hole in daylight. He learned to accept those limits, to act at all. Acceptance looked like fatalism to those who were not there. At the front, it was a tool that allowed attention to settle on what could still be done. Time split into two kinds of days. Many passed with routine and bursts of alert that led to nothing. A few contained minutes when everything had to happen at once. Those minutes determined whether a patrol returned, whether a traverse stood, whether a mask was fitted in time, and whether a message reached a gun line before the barrage walked past the target. Men did not know which kind of day had begun when they stood to at dawn. They held themselves ready for both. The strain of that readiness without release produced a wear that was not visible, but that shaped memory. Rumor filled the gaps left by official information. Someone had heard that relief was coming early. Someone had heard that the neighbor's sector would attack at dawn. Someone had heard that a new shell or a new gas would be used that night. Lacking confirmed reports, men used rumor to build a picture of the next hours. When a rumor aligned with reality, trust in the group rose. When it failed, derision covered disappointment. Jokes cut rumor down to size and protected the group from swings in hope and mood. Humor worked as a safety valve, not as a denial of facts. Superstition sat beside training. A man touched a talisman before climbing a ladder. Another wore the same scarf on every patrol. A third stepped over the same board on the way to a listening post and stepped on it on the way back. None of these acts changed the path of a shell, but they returned a sense of agency in a place that minimized it. Leaders tolerated harmless rituals because they steadied hands and imposed a rhythm where time felt liquid. They challenged only those habits that interfered with safety or with orders. Letters from home arrived in bundles and broke the line into a before and an after for a few hours. Before opening, the mind rehearsed news, both good and bad. After reading, a man returned to his post with the weight of new knowledge that could not be acted upon. Grief at a death at home or fear for a sick child had no outlet in a trench. Work continued. The next carry began. The effect showed as silence, as shorter temper, or as the reverse, a flood of talk until duty called again. Absence multiplied itself in the space between lines on paper and the ground under boots. The contrast between long quiet and short terror produced its own pattern of memory. Men recalled the hour when a barrage formed, or when a flare showed a figure at the wire with more clarity than the week of labor that led up to it. The labor built fatigue. The minutes of terror built marks in the nervous system that replayed at night. The replay did not respect geography. It appeared in billets far from the front and on leave in towns. The body reacted to a slammed door as if to an incoming round, and flooded itself with the same chemicals as during an attack. Control returned after seconds, but sleep did not return easily after that. Perception of risk changed with exposure. Early in a tour, a man ducked at every crack. A week later, he learned to read which sounds required action and which did not. That learning saved energy and reduced false alarms. It also carried danger. Habituation made some ignore a new tone in a mortar's voice or a new cadence in incoming fire. Leaders fought this with drills and with a deliberate question at stand to. What has changed since yesterday? They rehearsed attention to change so that routine did not flatten judgment. Small tasks gave back a sense of control. Cleaning a rifle to a bright bore, tightening a bolt on a duckboard, marking a safe path with a silent sign, these did not end the war, but they improved the next hour. Men built short lists in their heads and checked them: socks dry, mask sound, water tin half full, route marked, ladder clear. Lists pushed back against helplessness. The practice was not sentiment, it was a method aligned with survival. Group identity shaped how waiting felt. A section that trusted its non-commissioned officer and that had survived a hard carry together waited with more steadiness than a section formed from drafts a few days before. Names mattered. Knowing who stood in the next bay mattered. A joke that had run for months was more than humor. It was evidence of continuity in a place that erased continuity with one round. When replacements filled gaps, they entered not just a roster, but a culture of small practices and shared references. Integration took time. During that time, waiting felt sharper for everyone because the group's habits did not yet run on their own. Some men turned to writing lists and notes. They drew small maps of a sector to fix distances. They wrote down the sequence of a carry route. They noted the number of steps between a traverse and a sump. These were private tools that made abstract time feel occupied. Others carved wood, repaired kit, or patched clothing with care that exceeded necessity. Order in a small domain countered the disorder outside. Moral strain accumulated beside fear. A man heard a call for help at night and could not reach it without lighting a flare that would kill others. He heard the call fade and then stop. He carried that fact through the next day's work and into sleep. Another fired at a shadow under a flare and learned later it had been a wounded friend who had moved. There was no forum at the front for resolving such conflicts. Men carried them and compared burdens only in quiet talk or in silence. The weight did not appear on sick lists. It appeared as a shorter fuse, as a request for transfer, or as a stare that did not settle. Leaders moderated waiting by setting clear near goals. Repair this slope by dawn. Move this many boxes before midnight. Patrol to this point and back by a time on a watch. The frame shrank decisions to the next hours. It did not remove the knowledge that wider moves were out of reach. It made function possible in that knowledge. At the same time, leaders tried to shield men from empty hours in which imagination took over. A task, even a hard one, was often kinder than a 4-hour stretch with only the sound of wind in wire. On some days, helplessness took obvious form. A box barrage settled over a sector. Telephones died. Runners failed to cross. The unit stayed in place and waited under fire. There was nothing to do but lie flat, control breath, and keep masks ready if the shell mix changed. No act of will improved that situation. When the barrage lifted, men rose, checked for wounded, and began repair before the next program arrived. The hours after such an event were quiet on the surface and loud inside heads. Those hours taught why routine existed. It gave shape to recovery and to the next watch. Over long months, the mix of waiting and sudden crisis produced a style of thought. It was concrete, focused on the immediate, suspicious of plans that required many things to go right at once, and respectful of the small habits that kept people alive. It was skeptical of promises that did not come with fuel, tools, and time to execute. It valued leaders who held information straight and who admitted uncertainty. It distrusted show and praised competence. It was not romantic. It was a way to think that matched an environment where agency was partial and where survival depended on steady action taken under conditions that could turn without notice. The psychology of the trench did not end at relief. The body left a sector. The habits remained. Men in rest still placed boots in the same spot by a bunk, kept a mask within reach even when none was issued, and woke at the hour when stand to had once sounded. The mind scanned for patterns in quiet places and found echoes that kept shoulders tense. Over time, some of this faded, some did not. The period of waiting had taught a rule that was hard to unlearn. The next minute could bring stillness or catastrophe, and neither gave warning enough to change much. Information moved along two paths, what men saw and what they were told. Censorship tried to control the second path. Letters home were read by officers or by appointed censors. Place names, unit designations, details of casualties, and plans were cut or blacked out. Some armies used standardized postcards with pre-printed lines that a soldier could cross out to indicate health and location in generic terms. The aim was to protect operations and to prevent panic in the rear. The result was a style of writing that circled around facts. Men wrote about weather, about parcels received, about a friend who had gone on leave. They avoided dates and locations. They learned which words drew the censor's pencil and which passed. The system tried to balance security with morale. Mail was a lifeline. When post arrived regularly, a unit's mood lifted. Parcels with socks, tobacco, and sweets mattered as much as news. Delays cut morale. Lost letters created anger that had nowhere to go. Families at home also wrote under censorship. They avoided details that could suggest shortages, labor unrest, or grief in the neighborhood. Both sides of the exchange learned to read between lines. A short note hinted at bad news. An unusual silence meant a move or a loss. The censorship system could not stop those inferences. It only removed specifics. Newspapers in the rear presented a curated war. Reports emphasized progress, heroism, and the firmness of national purpose. Failures were described as local setbacks. Heavy losses were framed as necessary. War correspondents traveled under escort and filed stories that passed through offices designed to keep secrets and to maintain public support. Photographs were selected to show clean lines, steady faces, and orderly movement. Men at the front compared those images with their own experience of mud, collapse, and delay. The mismatch did not always cause anger. Many accepted the need for restrained reporting. Over time, repeated dissonance wore on trust. Propaganda addressed soldiers directly. Leaflets dropped by aircraft or fired in shells urged surrender, promised decent treatment, or offered safe conduct passes. Others tried to widen doubt with messages about corruption at home, about officers who ate well, or about strikes and shortages in enemy cities. The claims mixed truth and invention. Most were tossed aside. Some found a reader on a bad day when cold, hunger, and fatigue made the promise of safety feel tangible. Commanders collected samples and briefed men on the content to blunt effect. The briefings themselves were a form of propaganda in the open, an attempt to control how facts and lies were weighed. Armies produced their own newspapers for units. Trench papers, printed on improvised presses, mixed satire with practical notes. They joked about staff ideas that did not fit the ground and about the daily frustrations of mud and rules. They also carried reminders about gas discipline, latrine care, and upcoming pay. Humor worked as a pressure valve and as a form of mutual recognition. It allowed men to state the gap between official language and trench reality without breaking discipline. The act of writing and reading together joined a unit as surely as a parade. Talks and lectures came with rest periods. Officers, chaplains, and visiting dignitaries addressed companies about the reasons for the war, about the state of the front elsewhere, and about the need for endurance. Some talks were well judged and spoke plainly about costs and aims. Others used phrases that sounded thin to men who had spent a month in a wet sector. Credibility hinged on tone and on visible fairness in daily life. A clear explanation of a hard task, followed by evidence of shared risk and equal rations, did more for morale than posters and speeches alone. Religious services and chaplaincy mattered to many. Services in barns, cellars, and open fields provided a frame for grief and a place to read names. Chaplains wrote to families, visited aid posts, and helped with burials. Their presence signaled continuity with life before the war. For those without religious practice, the same function was served by simple rituals. A mug of tea shared after stand-to, a section song, a roll call spoken slowly. Rituals anchored people in time when days blurred. Recreation competed with exhaustion. Concert parties, traveling cinemas, and unit bands visited rest areas. Men watched films, listened to songs, and laughed at sketches that made fun of shared burdens. Reading rooms and canteens run by voluntary organizations offered writing paper, books, and hot drinks. A few hours of normal noise replaced the grammar of shells and flares. These moments did not erase fatigue. They marked the mind with proof that ordinary life still existed. The next rotation to the line felt sharper by contrast, and then routine dulled the edge again. Leave policies were a formal tool for morale. When granted on predictable schedules and honored, leave restored men and bound them to the Army with a visible promise kept. When canceled after a heavy month or distributed unfairly, leave became a source of anger that no speech could quiet. Travel itself was hard, trains were crowded, delays were common. The shock of quiet streets and clean beds felt strange after the front. Some men returned more stressed than when they left, because the gap between two worlds had become real again. Most still counted down to the next leave because even imperfect relief was relief. Pay, parcels, and family welfare linked morale to home. Regular pay into family accounts reduced worry. Irregular pay or clerical errors sent men to work under a new layer of stress. Parcels with cigarettes, chocolate, and warm clothing boosted spirits and filled gaps that supply could not always fill. News of shortages at home, of fuel rationing, and of rising prices pulled men back into the same web of worry that their families lived in. Propaganda at home urged sacrifice. Propaganda at the front urged focus on duty. The two messages aligned only when distribution of sacrifice felt even. Censorship sometimes tried to shape morale positively. Editors printed letters that showed resilience and kept back those filled with anger. Posters and pamphlets emphasized comradeship and the defense of home. Films showed clean uniforms and quick victories. At the front, men judged these materials by their own experience. Overtly false claims about conditions drew contempt. Plain statements about endurance and about small practical tasks drew acceptance. The most effective materials came from within the unit. A sergeant's note about a job well done, a company commander's clear, brief order with a reason attached, a posted schedule that was kept. Rumor control mattered because rumor multiplied under stress. Officers posted verified information when possible, rotation dates, changes in ration scales, confirmed reports from neighboring sectors. They admitted uncertainty when they did not know. That admission did not weaken authority. It prevented the fracture that came when confident claims proved false the next day. Men weighed leaders on this scale, who told the truth quickly, who corrected errors publicly, who dodged. The state also reached into the trench with discipline over speech. Bans on defeatist talk and on performance of certain songs existed in some areas. Enforcement varied. In a bay under intermittent shelling, a joke with a bitter edge did not draw charges. In rear areas during rest, larger gatherings and print drew more scrutiny. The line between expression and subversion shifted with losses and with political events at home. Soldiers learned to keep critical talk within the section and to save compliance for parade, much as civilians did in wartime cities. Morale rose and fell with casualties and with perceived purpose. After a successful relief, hot food, and a quiet week, a unit felt durable. After a failed attack with high losses and no ground gained, it felt hollowed out. Propaganda could not fill that hollow. Practical steps could: rotation out of the worst sector, rest, replacements trained well enough to take weight, and visible competence from leaders. When such steps followed speeches, men listened. When speeches came without steps, men nodded and looked away. Enemy propaganda sometimes used facts that soldiers already knew. Leaflets listed recent losses, named towns taken or lost, and quoted politicians from the rear. The point was not to shock with new information, but to emphasize gaps between sacrifice and outcome. The answer from within units was not to argue politics, but to point to near goals: hold this line, repair this breach, bring this man home alive. Narrowing focus worked better than debating aims under fire. After the war, those debates would return in full. Censorship changed memory. Diaries were rare near the front because their loss risked security. Men wrote later, after rest, or after the war, and filled gaps with what newspapers and official histories had said. Some events grew in scale, others shrank. The public story shaped the private story. This mattered for veterans who tried to explain what the war had been. They reached for words that the state and the press had provided, and then corrected those words with their own images. The weight of a wet greatcoat, the taste of chlorinated water, the sound of a particular mortar. The mix was uneven and stayed that way. In the end, censorship and propaganda were tools that worked at the edges of lived experience. They could protect operations and prevent panic. They could steady or inflame. They could not replace the daily arithmetic of mud, fire, work, and loss. Morale grew from leadership that distributed burdens fairly, from systems that delivered mail and leave on time, from routines that made sense, and from small, honest acknowledgments of cost. Where those existed, printed words and controlled images found a place. Where they did not, such materials felt like noise, and men looked back to the parapet and to the tasks that had to be done before dawn. Relief from the line was an operation with its own risks. Units overlapped in darkness. Guides met at fixed points and led newcomers through zigzag routes to named bays. Handovers were short. Sentries pointed out arcs, aiming stakes, and passwords. Non-commissioned officers passed over range cards, notes on likely mortar points, and the places where water pooled after rain. Gas shells and short mortar programs were common at these hours because both sides knew that movement peaked during relief. A single flare thrown at the right moment showed a ladder against the skyline and put a whole file flat on the duckboards. The outgoing unit kept silence and moved past. The incoming unit spread out and took the load. The march out did not feel like escape. Men were stiff and heavy with mud. Boots rubbed blisters that had hardened into calluses in the line. Carrying parties still worked on the same paths while the rest of the company went back. Runners continued to pass until the last phone line had been cut and coiled. Guides walked with heads down and counted turns by touch more than by sight. When the company cleared the last screened bend, voices rose a little. A crossroad under sporadic shelling could still shut the route. Relief ended only when men reached cover that the enemy could not observe and that the guns usually ignored. Behind the front, rest began with lists and inspections. Weapons were cleared and stripped, belts and bolts were cleaned, ammunition counts were taken, and shortages noted. Medical officers checked feet, skin, ears, eyes, and lungs. Trench foot cases were pulled out early. Delay meant amputation. Men with persistent coughs were given rest and watched. Minor operations removed boils and lanced abscesses that had grown under straps. Dental officers extracted teeth that shook and cut gums. Small pains that had been ignored in the line filled the first day. Baths and delousing stations came next. Men stood in queues with towels around shoulders while steam roared. Clothes went through drums. Hair was cropped. Powders went into seams. New shirts and underclothes were issued when stock allowed. Old items were baked or burned. Cleanliness lasted days, not weeks. The first night in a crowded billet seeded lice again, but the short interval without itching and smell mattered. It gave sleep a chance to deepen. It lowered the risk of skin infections. It let a man feel like a body again, and not just a carrier for mud and gear. Billeting ranged from barns and cellars to huts built for purpose. Huts offered boards off the ground, stoves, and fewer drafts. Barns offered space and a roof, but also rats and dust. Villages close to the front carried their own dangers. Long-range guns searched them by day. Bombers came at night. A building could collapse under a single heavy shell and bury a unit that had just left the line. For that reason, officers kept men dispersed. No more than a section slept in a single room. Stoves were banked low, and doors were curtained to hold light. Sentries stood at corners and listened for engines. Routine filled the rest days. Route marches kept legs working and spread men out for safety and discipline. Live fire ranges, bomb-throwing pits, and bayonet dummies refreshed skills that fatigue had dulled. Lewis gun teams drilled stoppages. Gas drills repeated until masks came on in seconds without thought. New weapons and orders were introduced. Platoons rehearsed raids and attacks on taped outlines of enemy trenches built in fields. These rehearsals helped men learn routes and timings. They also reminded bodies that the next tour might include more than watches and carries. Replacements arrived from depots and drafts. They brought new boots, clean equipment, and different accents. The section absorbed them by pairing each with an older hand. They learned the private map of a unit, who took which watch without complaint, which corporal knew the ground best, which runner always found the shorter lane through a wet sector. They learned small rules not in manuals, where to put a mug so it did not spill in the night, how to keep a lanyard from snagging, how to tape a spoon to rattle less in a pocket. Formal training in depots could not teach how a particular company moved. That knowledge transferred by talk and by imitation while men scrubbed rifles and boiled tea. Supply used the interval to repair and replace. Boots went to cobblers. Coats were patched and rebuttoned. Gas masks were inspected by specialists who replaced valves and lenses. Lewis gun barrels and springs were swapped. Broken entrenching tools were rehandled. Engineers issued new wire, pickets, and duck boards for the next tour. Quartermasters checked sizes and tried to match gear to bodies. They rarely succeeded for everyone. Men swapped among themselves to make the worst fits tolerable. Morale rose with mail and hot food. Parcels with sweets, tobacco, and knitted wool filled gaps that standard rations could not. Concert parties, small bands, and traveling cinemas visited when roads were open. A few hours of songs and film replaced the grammar of flares and shells with ordinary noise. The lift was real. It did not erase fatigue. The knowledge of return sat underneath. A posted schedule made that weight lighter. Uncertainty made it heavier. When rotation dates were kept and announced, men counted down and prepared. When dates slipped without explanation, trust frayed. Leave was the strongest rest when it arrived on time. Trains carried men away from the front to towns and to home. The shock of quiet and of clean sheets was real. Some slept the first day and woke sore because muscles had not relaxed for weeks. Some could not sleep because the mind continued to sort for sounds that were not there. Many felt out of step with family rhythm and with street rhythm. They returned anyway with proof that normal life still existed. That proof had value even when the return to the line felt harder by contrast. Time away rarely fixed deeper damage. Hearing did not return because a room was quiet for a week. Nightmares did not stop because a bed was soft. The chest did not clear after a few nights of warmth if the lungs had caught gas and dust for months. Delousing did not end lice for more than a short interval. Footskin softened and healed a little and then broke again after the first night standing in cold water on a step. Rest returned some strength. It did not change the structure of tasks waiting in the same sector or in a new one a few kilometers away. Commanders used rotations to keep formations viable. Front, support, reserve, and rest followed each other in cycles measured in days or weeks depending on army, sector, and season. Quiet sectors allowed longer stays out of the line. Active sectors cut rest to keep bodies on the parapet. Big operations compressed schedules further. After a major attack, survivors reformed into composite companies. Names on nominal rolls changed. An officer who had led one group last month now led another. The learning curve began again under the same guns. Relief back into the line repeated the handover in reverse. Guides met at known points. The outgoing unit passed over notes about new enemy habits, fresh wire, and damaged traverses. Range cards changed hands. The first hours always felt longer than they were, because new shapes and new sounds demanded new maps in the head. A different soil drained differently. A different wind brought gas at other hours. A neighboring unit used different signals and kept different tea times. These details took days to learn. Mistakes and near misses clustered in that period. Rest centers for shell shock sat just behind the line in many areas by the middle years of the war. They offered dark, quiet rooms, warm food, and simple routine. Men slept and walked and spoke with medical officers. A portion returned to units after days. Others went farther to hospitals. The proximity to the front was deliberate. It connected recovery to return and cut the time away from the group. It also brought the front to mind because guns still thumped at a distance. For many, the short pause prevented collapse. For others, it delayed a longer break that came later. Administrative weight did not lift during rest. Courts-martial proceeded. Awards were read. Promotions and demotions were posted. Pay parades filled squares. Training schedules overlapped with fatigue parties that moved timber and rations forward to dumps for the next rotation. Engineers demanded labor for road repair and trench consolidation. Signals demanded lines buried along safer routes. Every day filled. Men judged a rest period by sleep hours and hot meals more than by distance from the front. Safety remained relative. Aeroplanes dropped small bombs on rest villages at night. Long-range guns fired on railheads and road junctions that supply and leave traffic had to use. Gas shells fell into support lines. A night that resembled peace ended with a warning siren and a move to shelters. The lesson was simple. The front stretched back along roads and rails and into towns that looked intact. Bodies never fully let go of watchfulness as long as the guns could reach. The most reliable effect of rotation was to reset small habits. Socks were dry for a few days. Masks were checked and repaired under light. Weapon drills ran without hurry. Men repaired straps and laces. They ate hot food twice a day for a while. They slept in longer blocks. They read letters and wrote replies. They heard a band in a square. They sat without boots for an hour. Those acts built a thin layer of reserve that the next tour would spend. Without them, the next tour would spend what was not there. Return carried its own weight. Bodies walked forward with more strength and minds with more clarity. The first flare over a new sector removed some of that at once. A man who had slept deeply for 2 nights woke in a dugout after an hour to a false alarm and stayed awake on the step with hands that began to numb. A runner who had enjoyed quiet streets now moved by touch through a turn under harassing fire and remembered every mistake he had made last time. The word rest described a pause in pressure, not a cure. It gave a unit enough margin to function again. It did not change the fact that the system of trenches and guns waited with the same list of demands. Over months, rotations acted like a pump. They pulled men out before collapse when schedules held and pushed them back before recovery was complete because numbers and tasks left no alternative. The units that endured longest were those that protected rest windows, delivered mail and hot meals during them, and trained replacements well enough that old hands could sleep while new hands learned. Where rest was irregular, where schedules slipped, and where replacements arrived unprepared, rotations were only turns of the same screw. The idea that rest cured the line's damage belonged to posters and speeches. In practice, rest preserved function. It kept infections from spreading unchecked. It kept boots on feet. It kept a fraction of men able to think clearly at 4 a.m. It allowed a man to stand again on a firing step with enough sight and steadiness to do his job. That was not healing in the sense civilians meant. It was maintenance under load. Industrial war set the pace and the limits for men who could not be made faster or harder by order. Firepower multiplied reach and density. Staffs planned with grids, tables, and time blocks. Infantry still moved at a walking pace under load, still tired, still needed breath to climb a step, and still saw only what eyes in one skull could see. The gap between plan and body shaped every fight. Artillery created effects that no individual could withstand or ignore. Barrages were scheduled to lift by minutes and meters. A creeping barrage advanced in fixed bounds so that attacking infantry could follow at a measured distance. The theory was sound. Blast suppressed defenders, cut wire, and shattered morale, while attackers crossed ground at a steady pace. The practice depended on clocks set alike, on ground firm enough to keep footing, and on lanes through wire that were actually clear. When a battalion was one bound late because a single lane held an intact picket, the barrage moved away and left men in front of live machine guns. When a barrage lifted early because a watch ran fast, shells fell on friendly trenches as men took their ladders. The timetable punished delay and haste alike, because the shelling could not think with the infantry. Machine guns converted space into geometry. Interlocking beaten zones turned open areas into measured risks. A belt-fed gun that functioned well laid down continuous lines of fire for minutes. No human could sprint through those minutes with a full load and then fight at the far side without a pause. The answer was to break movement into groups, to use dead ground and smoke, and to coordinate with barrages that forced gunners to keep heads down. Each answer demanded rehearsal and timing that the environment tried to erase with mud, fog, and fear. When timing failed by seconds, the geometry took over and cut men where the lines met. Defense in depth replaced single trench lines. A lightly held forward zone absorbed the first shock and reported the direction of the main effort. Strong points and a battle zone behind it held machine guns in concrete and timber. Reserves counterattacked along pre-planned routes once the attack had shown its weight. The logic was economical. It used elastic response to spend defenders where it mattered and to trade ground for time. For the attacker, it meant that taking the first trench delivered little. After the barrage moved on, live guns opened from a second line, while counterattack groups moved through assembly trenches unseen. Infantry, who had burned strength crossing the forward zone, now needed to hold against a fresh force. A paper map showing 3 lines did not convey the human cost of crossing the first and then meeting the second, while lungs still heaved and hands still shook. Stormtroop tactics tried to change that math. Small groups infiltrated through gaps, bypassed strong points, and pushed deep to cut communication and guns. They carried light machine guns, grenades, and demolition charges. They trained to read ground and to move without crowding. They reduced exposure by avoiding prepared arcs. When surprise, fog, and shell coordination lined up, they reached far and broke units that relied on a rigid front. When surprise failed, the same groups met intact wire and settled machine guns with less mass than a set-piece attack and paid heavily. The technique shortened exposure for some and increased risk for others who had to mask bypassed positions or who followed with heavier equipment. Mines and countermines bypassed surface fire entirely. Tunneling companies drove galleries under enemy lines and packed chambers with explosives. A mine lift destroyed trench segments and left craters that became new strong points or obstacles. The ground shook for hundreds of meters. Debris and fumes killed men who had survived months above. Counter-sap and camouflage charges tried to collapse enemy galleries before they reached the chamber stage. The work was slow, measured in meters per week, and lethal when a listening error or a misjudged depth put 2 teams face to face. Infantry above lived with the knowledge that the ground could fail without warning. Flamethrowers and grenades changed the scale of assault inside trenches and strongpoints. A jet of burning fuel cleared a bay in seconds and ignited clothing and timber. The moral effect was large. The practical constraints were strict. The weapon was heavy, the fuel dangerous to carry under fire, and the operator exposed while aiming. Grenades thrown in sequence and fired from cup dischargers rolled shock down traverses and forced defenders to mask and duck. Neither tool removed the need to cross open ground or to hold positions under counterattack. They shifted the balance at the point of contact and asked men to operate close to blast, flame, and fragments. Tanks entered as a mobile solution to wire and machine guns. Early models crossed trenches, crushed obstacles, and offered armored fire positions that moved at the speed of a walk. They also broke down, bogged in soft ground, overheated, and presented large targets to artillery. Visibility from inside was poor. Communication with infantry was crude by flags, knocks, and runners. When they arrived on time and in numbers across firm ground with good artillery support, they opened lanes and shelter. When they straggled or failed, infantry found themselves alone in front of intact positions with the artillery timetable already moving away. Crews endured heat, fumes, and shock inside plates that rang under every hit. Many tanks caught fire. Survivors exited into patterns of machine gun arcs they could not see from inside. Aircraft and balloons extended eyes and reached behind the line. Observers registered guns on targets that infantry could not see and watched roads, railheads, and assembly points. Contact patrols flew low to read panel signals and to drop notes. Fighters strafed trenches and attacked reserves moving in the open. Bombers hit dumps and bridges. Anti-aircraft fire, fighters, and camouflage replied. The air war shifted advantage back and forth by sector and season. To the infantrymen, the practical effect was a change in pressure. Some days saw more harassing fire on roads at night because aircraft had spotted fresh tracks. Some days brought fewer shells on a lane because balloons had been hauled down by wind and observers could not correct. Logistics turned ideas into weight. A set-piece attack consumed thousands of shells per kilometer of front, miles of wire, piles of duckboards, and food for men and animals. Light railways and columns of carts fed the guns and the front. As supply approached the last few hundred meters, firepower dropped out and human carriers took over. The last leg always belonged to backs and hands. A plan that demanded more in that zone than bodies could carry failed no matter what the table of organization promised. Units measured success by whether ammunition stacks at the jumping-off trench matched the schedule. If not, the timetable disintegrated and men went forward light into zones designed for weight. The staff answer to friction was redundancy and simplification. Duplicate routes for runners and lines, duplicate orders with clear fallback actions, prearranged signals for on-call barrages, and fixed points to consolidate if contact failed. The enemy's answer was the same. Both sides iterated, wire belts widened, dugouts deepened and strengthened with concrete, guns dispersed and camouflaged. Sound ranging and flash spotting improved counter-battery fire, gas shell mixes and timings refined, masks improved and drills hardened. Each advance blocked the last solution and raised the load on the individual. Maps and mathematics concealed biological limits. A timetable could demand that a company follow a barrage at a fixed distance for an hour while carrying weapons and ladders and then dig in on a line marked in blue. The ground might be furrowed by craters and mud that swallowed boots to the calf. Men could not keep the set pace without shedding equipment or stringing out. Digging in under fire after that hour required hands that still worked and lungs that still drew air through dust and mask. When bodies could not deliver the schedule, the schedule delivered bodies to existing arcs of fire. Commanders adjusted by shrinking objectives and by adopting bite-and-hold tactics. The idea was to take a limited piece, consolidate it under massive defensive fire, and defeat counterattacks with artillery rather than with exhausted infantry. This method acknowledged that the human envelope could not support deep exploitation without motor transport and rapid command systems that did not exist yet. It worked when artillery could lift quickly and fire accurately over new lines, when communication survived long enough to call down defensive programs, and when reserves did not mass in gaps observed by enemy batteries. It still cost because the first bite demanded crossing the same open ground and because the hold phase took place under furious attempts to eject the attackers before they set wire and guns. Technology did not remove chance. A single undetected machine gun on a flank halted a battalion. A brief ground mist that staff had not forecast hid a strong point from gunners and gave defenders the hour they needed to reman. A broken gear in a signal office delayed a lift order. A rail line cut by one well-placed shell stopped ammunition for 2 hours across a division front. Men compensated by building slack into plans where they could and by training to act on intent when communication failed. Intent was simple: gain this line, hold this ridge, destroy those guns. The path to intent changed under fire. The price of a meter of no man's land was counted in more than lives. It was counted in hours of shelling that crushed drainage and turned the meter into a swamp to be held, in carries under harassing fire to bring wire and stakes to that meter before dawn, in repeated repairs after each program of enemy guns, in medical evacuations dragged across the same strip in reverse, and in the morale credit spent to ask men to do it again on the next night. A staff map painted gains in lines. The unit ledger recorded exhaustion, sick lists, and the number of belts and tins lifted along the route the map did not show. The longer the war ran, the clearer the pattern became. Industrial tools punished massed movement and rewarded prepared defense supported by heavy guns. New means, tanks, improved mortars, better masks, aircraft used as artillery eyes, altered the balance locally and increased speed of certain tasks. They did not change the baseline condition that human bodies had to cross and then hold ground under observation and fire. Tactics that respected those limits and shifted labor to machines when possible made progress. Tactics that assumed bodies could be made to match schedules by orders alone failed and left bodies in the ground. He keeps the frame exact. Technology and doctrine extended reach and precision. The human frame did not. Every improvement added new drills, new loads, and new forms of risk that sat on top of what already existed. The meter gained had to be fed every day with work and with nerve, or it slipped back under pressure. That is why the calculations in headquarters and the experience in a bay often felt misaligned. Both were real. One counted shells and kilometers. The other counted minutes under arcs and the number of times a hand could lift a sandbag before it failed. He measures the gap between trench life and modern expectations in systems that people now take for granted. Clean water arrives by tap at a constant pressure and temperature. Waste disappears through sealed pipes. Refrigeration holds food at safe temperatures and interrupts bacterial growth. Laundry machines remove dirt and parasites at high heat with detergents that break oils and proteins. Central heating and air conditioning keep rooms in narrow ranges of humidity and temperature. Lighting obeys a switch. Noise drops to a background that allows deep sleep. These conditions shape bodies and habits. A person who lives inside them feels cold later, dirt as abnormal, and noise as intrusion. In a trench, cold, dirt, and noise are the baseline. The first shock is not danger. It is the absence of systems that made discomfort rare. Nutrition at home is steady in quantity and varied in content. Fresh fruits and vegetables appear in all seasons. Protein is lean, preserved safely, and cooked on demand. Salt and sugar intake can be adjusted by choice. Vitamin deficiencies are rare. In a trench, calories arrive in uneven blocks. Fresh food is scarce at the front. Salt and sugar are fixed by what the ration offers, not by personal choice. Appetite falls under stress and rises with exertion. The ration does not shift to match those swings. A modern person used to tailoring intake to need faces a blunt schedule and has to eat what is issued when it is issued. Weight falls under load and movement, even if will remain strong. Sleep in civilian life is consolidated. Bedrooms are dark, quiet, warm, and dry. Alarms and routines carve regular blocks. Sleep debt can be repaid on weekends or by shifting hours. In the trench, sleep fragments into minutes and short hours, interrupted by alarms, flares, shelling, carries, and watches. Light flashes through gaps. Cold enters along floors and up through benches. Bodies lie in wet clothes and wake with cramps. The modern nervous system, trained by years of predictable nights, performs poorly in this environment at first. Performance improves with adaptation and practice, but adaptation takes weeks. The common claim that resolve alone will bridge the first nights ignores how quickly tasks fail when hands and eyes do not recover. Medical help defines difference at a deeper layer. Today, antibiotics treat infected wounds that would have cost limbs or lives a century ago. Analgesia is safe and effective. Intensive care stabilizes shock. Blood products are screened and stored. Imaging locates fragments and guides surgery. At the front in the early 20th century, antisepsis reduced infection, but did not erase it. Blood transfusion practice was limited. Pain control existed, but not at modern standards. Oxygen therapy and ventilation were rare. A small wound contaminated by mud could become a systemic infection without warning. A modern person expects rescue to mean return to baseline. In that war, rescue meant survival first, and then permanent change for many. Hygiene today is individual and private. Showers and hot water are available at low cost. Soap, disinfectants, and disposable products limit cross-contamination. Parasites are rare, and rapid treatments exist. In the trench, hygiene is collective and public. Water is rationed. Soap is issued and then runs out. Lice spread in hours. Delousing succeeds for days and then fails when units move. Rats are common and bring disease and contamination. A modern person's tolerance for shared dirt is low because life has made it possible to keep dirt out of daily routine. The body and the mind react with stress and disgust that compound fatigue. The reaction itself is not weakness. It is the product of a different baseline. Protective clothing at work now is fitted, layered, and built from advanced fibers. Waterproof, breathable fabrics shed rain without trapping sweat. Insulated boots manage moisture and heat. Gloves preserve dexterity in cold and wet. Hearing protection reduces long-term damage from noise. In the trench, fabrics are wool, cotton, leather, oilcloth, and rubber. Waterproofing traps sweat. Insulation soaks and stays cold. Hands lose dexterity. Helmets protect against fragments but conduct heat and cold. No issued hearing protection exists. A modern person knows how to use high-performance gear and would feel the loss of those advantages with each step and each watch. Workload in civilian life has ceilings set by labor law, safety regulation, and long-term productivity goals. Tasks are paced. Breaks are mandatory. Loads are moved by machines. In the trench, work is bounded by threat and weather, not by policy. Carries continue until dumps are full or until shelling stops movement. Repairs end when the wall stands or when the next barrage begins. Ladders are climbed with awkward loads in the dark. The baseline is manual labor under fear. Many modern workplaces simulate pressure with deadlines and alarms. The body knows the difference between a deadline and a flare. Heart rate, breath, and attention change under real threat in ways that reduce fine motor control and short-term memory. Training narrows that gap. Training takes time that a sudden arrival at the front does not offer. Communication at home is redundant. Devices synchronize time automatically. Navigation is assisted. Messages confirm receipt. In the trench, time drift separates plans by minutes that matter. Maps become wrong after one storm. A message must be spoken twice and written once to survive a relay. That gap produces frustration in anyone used to instant confirmation. It also produces mistakes that the modern person will take as personal failure until he sees that the system cannot be made perfect by individual effort. Psychological safety in civilian space is high. Alarms are tests. Sirens are rare. Explosions are extraordinary. The mind treats loud, fast sounds as signals for action or as malfunctions in a controlled world. At the front, alarms are common and almost always meaningful. The mind has to suppress the urge to act at every sound and replace it with trained responses that begin with stillness and with a check. Without that training, a modern person lunges when he should freeze and freezes when he should move. The error closes windows measured in seconds. Expectations of autonomy differ. At home, adults choose when to eat, sleep, work, and rest within broad constraints. At the front, those choices compress to compliance with a schedule set by risk and by orders. Control shifts from internal to external. People adapt to less control when the reasons are clear and when the load is shared fairly. That fairness is uneven in war. The modern person carries a stronger expectation that fairness is a norm. The friction, when the norm fails, is real and adds to strain. Myths about war complicate preparation. Many images show clean uniforms, clear horizons, and decisive charges. Even corrected histories can compress weeks of work into minutes of action. A modern audience consumes those images and builds a model that underestimates baseline discomfort and overestimates the number of choices available in crisis. The first hours in a trench correct the model in a way that feels like betrayal. Moral injury begins there for some, not from witnessing cruelty alone, but from the discovery that the world does not match the frame that had been taught. Fitness does not map one-to-one into endurance here. A trained runner handles steady effort on firm ground with regular breath and minimal load. A trench asks for short lifts under load on slick planks, a low crouch for minutes, a crawl with gear that snags, and fine motor tasks during cold and fear. Strength helps. Cardio helps. Neither substitutes for weeks of specific practice in ladder drills, carries, mask drills, and night movement. Without that practice, a fit person burns energy faster than he expects and then meets decision points while already fatigued. Pain management differs by culture and by medicine. In civilian care, pain is treated early to prevent long-term sensitization. At the front, pain is often tolerated until a task ends or until evacuation begins. A modern person who seeks relief quickly as a learned response will not find it on the schedule he expects. He will perform under pain in a way that he has not rehearsed. The change in mood and patience under untreated pain has consequences for safety and for decisions. Risk perception is managed today by warnings, signage, and engineered controls. Guardrails exist. Fall hazards are marked. Equipment will not operate without a safety step. In the trench, hazard control is procedural and collective. A safe step is marked by habit, not by paint. A drop is remembered and told, not cordoned off. A route is safe until a shell changes it. The modern person trusts engineered safety and distrusts tacit knowledge until experience shifts that trust. The shift takes time. During that interval, he steps where he should not. Social distance to death is large today. Many people reach adulthood without direct contact with fatal injury. In the trench, death is near as a daily fact. Bodies lie in no man's land. Burial parties work in view of the line. Men speak names in roll calls and then do a carry. The first encounter with sudden death changes judgment and composure. Some respond with narrowed focus and effective action. Others lose function for hours or days. This is not a moral difference. It is a result of exposure that civilian life does not provide and does not aim to provide. Healthcare access after injury diverges sharply. A worker with a deep cut expects rapid transport, sterile rooms, antibiotics, tetanus protection, and follow-up care. A soldier with a similar injury expects a carry through mud, first aid under fire, antiseptic dressings, and a wait for transport. The expectation gap adds fear and anger to pain. It also slows compliance with orders that do not look like care, as understood at home. Lie still. Do not drink. Wait here. Mask on. A modern person trained to seek care actively must learn to wait passively under conditions that punish movement. Technology makes civil life legible. Weather forecasts are granular and accurate. Hazard alerts arrive by phone. Navigation apps show traffic in real time. In the trench, fog forms low and fast. Wind shifts without notice. A road that was open an hour ago closes under harassing fire. A person used to forecasts and live maps feels blind when none of those updates arrive. Blindness increases anxiety and changes choices even before objective risk rises. There is also the matter of meaning. Civil life offers many sources of identity: work, family, hobbies, communities. War narrows identity to section, unit, and survival for a time. Men at the front built meaning from loyalty and from tasks done well under conditions that permitted little else. A modern person arriving without those bonds feels isolated until a new identity forms. That formation depends on time, shared effort, and fair leadership. While it forms, strain is higher. This comparison does not claim that people today are weaker. It states that bodies and minds are tuned by environment. The trench is an environment that removes most modern supports at once and adds continuous threat and discomfort. A person raised with stable utilities, engineered safety, effective medicine, and consolidated sleep faces a system that asks for opposite tolerances and opposite habits. With training, discipline, and time, adaptation happens. The question in the phrase "not a day" is about the first exposure. In that first exposure, most of the cost would come from mismatch rather than from a lack of will. Modern gear and doctrine reduce some risks when they exist, but the scenario here is historical. Inside that constraint, the conclusion stays simple. The sum of continuous wet and cold or heat and thirst, broken sleep, untreated parasites, monotonous food, constant noise, irregular danger, limited autonomy, and delayed medical care makes normal life impossible. A modern person arriving at that sum without preparation would struggle to perform basic tasks by the end of the first day. The reasons are mechanical and physiological, not poetic or moral. He closes with the scale that matters. Trench warfare was not a single day to be passed by will. It was a system that consumed months through steady burdens that never dropped to zero. A man endured because he belonged to a section that shared work, because leaders distributed tasks and risks, because drills made action possible when thought narrowed, and because supply and medical chains, imperfect but constant, reached far enough to keep units functioning. Endurance grew from habit rather than from sparks of daring. It looked like small acts repeated until they formed a wall against collapse. Adaptation came, but it had a price. Skin thickened and then broke again under wet. Hearing dulled. Sleep shortened into pieces that did not restore. Stomachs learned rations and then lost appetite under stress. Hands remembered straps and ladders, while the mind learned to hold fear at a level that allowed action. This set of changes allowed survival at the front and reduced function away from it. Many carried coughs, pain, and a startle that did not fade. Many carried a pattern of thought that measured every hour for risk and that scanned every room for exits and cover long after the guns fell silent. The system worked because many ordinary parts held together under pressure most of the time. Engineers repaired lines and drains. Signalers kept at least one route open for messages. Cooks pushed hot food forward when they could. Sentries stayed awake at 4 a.m. Stretcher bearers knew the short way around a crater. Clerks wrote names that kept pay and leave aligned with people. When enough of these parts aligned, a company lasted another tour. When weather and fire broke too many at once, units cracked and were replaced by others built from the same human material. The record shows that morale followed fairness and competence more than words. Men accepted risk when tasks made sense and when leaders took the same cold and the same hours. They resisted when plans ignored ground, when rest slipped without cause, and when burdens fell in the same place too often. Where rotations held, where mail and leave arrived as promised, and where training matched tasks, units recovered enough between tours to function again. Where those conditions failed, units thinned from sickness and fatigue before a battle began. Weapons and tactics changed during the war, but the baseline remained. Bodies had to move and hold under observation and fire. Artillery could cut wire and suppress for minutes. Gas could slow work and remove men for days. Machines could cross trenches when fuel, weather, and mechanics allowed. None of these removed the need to carry, to dig, to watch, and to repair. The meter gained on a map became a daily obligation to supply and to defend. It added to the next day's work until orders shifted and the meter was given up again. The idea that most people today would not last a day is a shorthand for the shock of first contact with these conditions. It points to the mismatch between modern baselines and trench baselines. The more accurate statement is that first days were hard for everyone then, and that survival grew with training, discipline, and group function. Even so, the sum of cold or heat, wet, noise, dirt, hunger, fear, and delay in care made normal life impossible at the front. Men endured not by making those elements vanish, but by learning to act inside them and by relying on each other when individual ability reached its limit. He ends on the final statement. The weight of trench warfare lay in the accumulation of ordinary harms. Each was survivable alone. Together they removed rest, clouded judgment, and shortened bodies' margins for error. That is why a day is not the right measure. The correct measure is months under a system that demanded labor without pause and that returned adaptation in exchange for injury. The story belongs to those who learned to keep going under that exchange and to those who did not return from it.